Shot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Bump and I are live from Virginia Mason Athletic Center for yet another day of Seahawks training camp. Practice begins at 1 p.m. We're hoping to have at least some observations, not real takeaways. They'll still be in warm-ups, but maybe something for you at 1:30. We'll keep our eyes peeled. We also have, obviously, an interview with the Seahawk Live coming up at noon. Plenty of Mariners stuff to get to. You'll have to excuse my voice. I'm dealing with allergies a bit, but as long as you can tolerate it, we have a really fun show planned for you. Bump, how was your weekend?
My weekend was cool. I figured I was wrong with my truck.
Oh, what was it?
So that's good. So I took it to Pet Boys. Big ups to Pet Boys in Woodinville. Paul took care of me. Good dude. Essentially said if I didn't bring my truck in when I did, the battery was going to explode. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Battery was going to explode.
Like you would have died.
No, I would have been okay, but he said it would have been fired. My truck would have been damaged.
Oh,
like, there was some stuff going on. There was a skunky smell coming out of my AC.
Was it a
like,
skunk?
yeah, the wires were all jacked up and sending chemicals through your, a whole bunch of car talk that I don't understand.
Wow.
But, yeah, man. But other than that, it was a good weekend.
I think a mechanic could lie to my face.
For sure.
He could have been like, if you didn't bring this in right now to get your oil changed and your wiper fluid removed, you would have died.
Yeah.
Or replaced. I would have been like, oh my God, does that happen? Wiper fluid just catches on fire? He would have been like, yeah, I know. It's incredibly flammable. You could have died. And I'd be like, tell me when to come back in. And he'd say 2 weeks. It would be a mess. Well, we're very glad that your car didn't catch on fire. Your truck didn't catch on fire.
We're good. We're good to go now.
Great news.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Seahawks didn't catch on fire. Did you like that one to end this series? Ended up splitting a 4-game set. I'll take 2 wins out of 4. Sure, fine. I'll take it. But a couple of these really should have gone the other way. We're going to talk about what we liked, loved, and hated. I'll say disliked if you don't feel that passionately about it from this series before we get ready for one against the A's here, which is probably going to have a slightly different flavor in a smaller park in Sacramento. 866-979-3776 on the text line to join this conversation. We'll start with what we liked. Bump, what's one thing that you liked from this series?
I liked the power, right? Julio hit 4, Cal hit 2. We're talking about bombs. Polanco hit 1, Randy hit 2. Like there was some power there. So it was nice to see Cal because we were wondering about Cal, right? Is he tired? Is the dumper weighing him down, right? Is he slowing down a little bit because of all the reps that he takes out there behind the plate? No, it was nice to see him kind of do his thing. And then, just a collective group project of power. I liked seeing that. So it was cool to see the ball leave the playing field.
As a reminder for what that sounded like, we'll go to cut 1. Here's Cal's 41st.
Hendricks winds, deals. Swung on. That is driven center field. Adele is back. He's at the track. He's looking up, and it is gone. Cal Raleigh has done it again. Number 41. He is tied for 4th all time for catcher home runs in a season. He continues to climb the ladder of history.
In terms of what we liked, if I were to branch off from Cal starting to heat up again, getting 2 home runs in this series, his 40th home run in particular, I'll go ahead and say that I liked. It was roughly 450 miles per hour off the bat. I feel like it should have gone further than it did. That one was just I love a no-doubt home run. Not when it happens to your team, but when you see the swing, you hear it, that like perfect clack, and you're like, that one's gone.
Yeah, nothing like it.
Nothing like it.
You see it in their demeanor, right? As soon as they hit it, they're like, we're good, guys. Go ahead and start jogging. There
was a shot of Luis Castillo in the bullpen just, right away. I'm sure as a pitcher, you're like, I don't know what that feels like. Speaking of heating up again, someone else hasn't cooled off, that being Randy Arozarena. Cut 2, his 10th home run of July.
The 2-2. Swung on. That is club center field, hammered. Adele back. He's at the track. He's looking up, and this is gone. Over the tall wall in center field, Randy Arozarena. For the first time in his career, a double-digit home run month. Number 10 on the month for Arozarena. And that smash gives the Mariners a 2-1 lead. He continues to be red hot for the Mariners.
Randy had a hit in 3 consecutive games against the Angels, only missing out on Sunday when he was 0 for 3. He has been I want to say behind only Eugenio Suarez in terms of home runs, just like at that speed since July. I'm not entirely sure. I need to double check my stats. But thank goodness, one of the conversations we had heading into July bump was who's going to be able to complement Cal, because you also have to recognize that Cal's going to take a beating as a catcher and you need someone else to heat up. And right now you're going, is it going to be Julio? Is it going to be Randy? Is it going to be both? Fantastic if it is, but I'll throw Randy Rosarena into that list as well.
Yeah, I like Randy. 3 RBIs in 4 games against the Angels, 10 bombs in July, 3 RBIs. I mean, Randy has been. It's almost like we haven't given him enough love. I think we've given him some love, but
not enough.
Not enough. I think obviously without Cal, this team isn't where it is today. But without Randy, you're not in the mix too. I know you split this series as you felt like you could have won this thing at least 3-1. But you need to see signs of life with this team. And we're seeing that with Cal. We're seeing that with Randy. And we're seeing that with Julio, too.
I think, too, Randy taking off in July is also a really good reminder of changing how we talk about trade deadline acquisitions. This isn't applicable to a rental player, obviously. But for a player that, like, say, has another year or, you know, has an arb that you're going to work out or whatever, I think sometimes we think, oh, you're giving them up, and if you can't get to the playoffs, it's not worth it. And it's like, wait a minute, though, because when those guys can get a full season with you and continue to contribute the following year, it can make it all worth it. Again, not applicable to a player that's set to become a free agent, but I think a nice way to reframe how we see someone being impactful at the deadline and kind of extending that impact beyond just that season.
No, it's nice to see Randy be the player that he is, because that was a big move at the last trade deadline. And to see it just continue to keep giving is awesome, man. The goal now is just to stay in the mix, stay in that wild card race, which you are in. Try to keep pace with the Astros, who just got swept by the A's. Crazy. And he's a big part of that. So, Randy, keep doing what you're doing. This team needs you, because Kyle's going to have his ups and downs. Both these guys strike out a bunch, right? Randy and Kyle both strike out a bunch. But when they connect, the ball usually jumps off the bat.
Let's go to what we loved. It's not just Julio's 4 home runs. It's how much Angels fans hate Julio. He was getting booed walking up to the plate for good reason. Cut 3, his 4th home run of the series.
The 3-1. Swung on. That is cross center field. It is on its way to the rocks, and it is gone. A massive home run by Julio. He does it again. Bedrock in Anaheim. Julio is on fire. He's tied this game. It is 1-1. He's on a home run binge, his 3rd straight game with a homer. He's got 4 in the series.
4 home runs, 6 hits total in this series. Again, Sunday was a bad day for the entire offense. He was 0 for 4, but had 2 hits in each of the 3 games preceding this. He has been really heating up here, leaving the All-Star break, heading into the All-Star break with that series against the Tigers as well.
Yeah, I like what one of our listeners wrote. She essentially said, like, Julio took the All-Star game, or All-Star week off, and came back, and he's hot right now. And it's good to see. He's been playing decent ball all year, but we haven't seen the explosiveness that we've seen. His K rate is down this year. It's the best of his career at 22%. His chase rate is slightly lower. 4 bombs against the Angels. Yeah, this is what you need to see again. There are indicators that we're looking for. Cal, continue to do your thing. Randy, stay hot. Julio, let's get things going here. This is like the last piece that we were missing. Now, the pitching has been inconsistent, right? It's been up and down with some guys. I think we've just settled into that's just who this team is this year as part of the rotation. But as far as Julio goes, this is what we've been waiting to see. Julio get hot in the summer. Everyone's saying chill, wait, he's going to do it, he's going to do it. It's nice to see. So, yeah, hopefully this adds some more pressure that you talked about last week, and these guys upstairs spend some money and go get another bat.
Do you have another to add to loved before I keep it moving to dislike?
Love. No, I think we're good.
Okay. We've shown a lot of love, I think. Yeah. A lot of a lot of love. Yeah. Let's go to dislike, because we've got a couple things to cover here. We're going to start with what was out of their control before we get to the 2 things that are, and that's the umpiring this entire series, like just the crew itself. I know that we were looking at the report cards afterward, but it felt atrocious. And this went for both teams. Like, there were missed calls where I thought, oh, thank God for that. And then there were missed calls that would ruin an entire inning. We're going to get to one of them with our next takeaway. But home plate umpiring in this series was bad. Yeah,
and that's tough, too, because when you look at the report cards, they were pretty much average, right? When you look at their called strikes, called balls, it was average. It was just like the moment, right? When you look at the stats don't tell you the whole situation. So I think that's kind of that's where we lean when we're breaking down these umps. The thing that I dislike the most, 2 for 30 with runners in score position, all dang series, right? That's something that's been a struggle for this team for the last several years. But, yeah, 2 for 30 is not going to get it done. 0 for 6 game 1, 0 for 6 game 2, 2 for 13 game 3, and 0 for 5 game 4. I believe all but one home run was a solo shot, too. So that just lets you know, look, we're not getting traffic, and when there is traffic, you're not driving these guys in. That's something that you need to be able to do if you want to win ball games late in the season.
It really is an absolute shame, too, that the worst game was the last game, because it's kind of the taste that we've got left of just like you had absolutely no offense. You weren't facing an elite starter. You know what I mean? In theory, this should have been a game where you were able to take that series win, and it wasn't. If you flip it and they end up, let's say they start with 2 losses and end up winning or whatever, maybe you're feeling a little bit better, but it was hard to stomach this loss when you're looking at hopefully having improved your offense, and then you see none of it show up against a team that's not good, a pitcher that's not great. So let's talk about one of Seattle's starters. Someone texted in saying, one thing that I really hated, they said it was hard to see the Mariners lose 2 games to the Angels where we have our number 1 and number 2 starters. Yes, let's talk about one of those guys. Supposed to be your ace. I think he is. Logan Gilbert, but Sunday, a bit of a meltdown. Cut 4, gives up a 2-run shot to Trout.
Now the stretch and the pitch to Trout. Swinging a fly ball deep into center field. Julio going back to the warning track to the wall, looking up, and goodbye baseball onto the batter's eye. In straightaway center field, Mike Trout with a long home run, a 2-run drive, and it's now the Angels 4 and the Mariners nothing. Trout's 19th home run of the season.
What'd you make of Logan's day, and maybe especially that meltdown?
The meltdown was interesting because I'm not used to seeing that from him, and it tells me a couple of things. He's in a battle right now. He doesn't feel like he's himself. He doesn't, even when he has his good moments, right? You can play good games and have good performances, but in your mind, you're probably thinking, I got away with one there. I don't have the control that I have, the velocity that I have. I don't know what the numbers say, but if you just look at a player's demeanor, he'll let you know where he is mentally. So that was surprising for me because we've seen him kind of be like the grouch on the mound and be grumpy and all that good stuff, but never really like that. So that was interesting. So now my question is, where does he go from there? Like, who do you talk to in that dugout or on that coaching staff to kind of recenter you and put you in a good place? Because it's important. We're going to need that guy. We're going to need him to be in a good place mentally if this team wants to make a run.
Well, and if you're kind of looping it back to what we talked about with just bad umpiring in this series, or what felt like bad umpiring. Sometimes it's like, let's say that you missed 3-4 calls. If those are incredibly impactful, it feels like a significantly worse day, and that was certainly one of those calls against Logan that should have been a strike, and it wasn't. And Curtis, you brought this up earlier, that might have been an entirely different inning. Maybe not. Maybe Logan still continues to struggle, but that could have been a very different game for Seattle.
You ever have a bad day and then you walk by the doorknob and the door cancels your pants?
Yes.
And you're just like, what the heck?
That happened to me the other day.
Did it?
I think it's like, and then the door hits you, and you're like, I'm going to scream. I'm going to scream, and I'm going to die.
I was doing dishes the other day, and, like my sink, I have like one of those deep sinks, and it has that little metal cage at the bottom, and a fork kind of slipped through, and I was already having a bad day because of my truck, and then I'm trying to get the fork out, and I can't, and I just like rage, like, get the dang, like, that's what I feel like Logan was going through in that moment. Like, things that haven't been great for me this year, like, give me a freaking break. He's human. He's allowed to react.
You know what I did this morning? I got up early, and again, my allergies are so bad. I was like, I'm going to make myself wake up, so I'm going to go get a Starbucks coffee. I'm going to go get an iced coffee, and maybe that'll make me want to get up because it'll be like a really good one or whatever. So I come back with this iced coffee, and I start getting ready for work, and I set it on the edge of the bathroom sink, and I remove my hand, and it immediately falls into the sink and spills everywhere. And I was like, this is one of those days. I took the L early, and you just keep it moving. Last one before we get to headline rewrites is Dan Wilson's Friday decision making. I did see some people defending this, and I know that Dan Wilson knows more about baseball than a lot of people. But that being said, having J.P. Crawford bunt on Friday's 10th inning was a really, really controversial decision. He was asked about it after the game, cut 5. Here's what he said.
Yeah, it's trying to bunt it at the third baseman, just got a little air under it, and Williamson had to freeze a little bit, and just wasn't able to get to third base, but still had our opportunities after that and just weren't able to convert.
So again, I was asking you guys before we came on air, like how much of a difference in wins and losses do you think it is between Service, who at the very least had been doing this at that time for 10 years, or someone who's brand new? It doesn't matter that he played and was, one of the best Mariners. He's new at this. There are still moments where you think like, man, I don't know why that call was made. Why that decision?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen rookie skippers, rookie head coaches in other sports have success. So when situations like this go down, that's the first thing you're going to look at. He's inexperienced. Like, what's he doing there? But imagine if JP did lay that bun down and everything all works out. Then he looks like an innovator. That's what I'm talking about, small ball. So in those situations, you got to go with your gut. I don't know what the numbers told him. I'm sure he has his stat guys in his ear telling him this, that, and the third. But you got to go with your gut. Me personally, no, I'm saying swing away. That's just my philosophy. And I'm also the type of guy, too, who if you coached against me in high school, the first play of the game is probably going to be a run. Like, that's just what I do. I like to ease into the game that way. So every individual has their way about going about things. This here was just a decision that he made, and if it worked out, it would have looked great. But because it happened the way it did, people are going to question it. And I get it. I understand it. But it's tough to make those decisions in those moments.
What's so funny about how Curtis and I coach is we actually do things a little bit different. Curtis, you know
That's
this.
Right, yeah.
When it comes to the Curtis and Stacy coach football games better than Bump Camp LLC, which obviously transitions into the regular same. Our first play from scrimmage, we go victory formation, take a knee.
Yeah. Get the clock moving.
Get the clock moving. And the point is that we're starting with confidence. We're starting basically going, we only need 2 shots to be able to get this.
You're saying this is the way this game's going to end anyway.
Exactly.
Formation.
So we get it out of the way.
Okay.
So we just kind of, it's just, I guess, just different flavors.
Or you finish how you start.
We've always said
that. If
that.
you start in victory formation, you're going to end in victory
I like
formation.
that.
Yeah.
I like that.
This is just kind of some coaching suggestions and tips from people, the two of us that are probably like a little more experienced.
Yeah, I got you.
But yeah, so if you just consider starting with victory formation as the first play.
I will.
Yeah. All right. The Seahawks preseason home opener is August 7th. I wonder if they'll start in victory formation. And we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks take on the Raiders in person. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through today, July 28th. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bob and Stacy.
Headline number 1, Seahawks running back Kenny McIntosh had to be helped off the field during Saturday's practice and is feared to have a torn ACL. What's the real headline?
The Seahawks now taking applications for star of the preseason. And Bump, the reason I say this is my expectation was that Kenny would be getting the bulk of the carries in the preseason. You'd let those rookies get in there, undrafted guys, let everyone get the work. But this was really an opportunity for Kenny to establish himself and make his case kind of on the bubble there. I'm heartbroken for him.
Yeah, I've been a Kenny McIntosh guy since day one. His brother played for the Cougs, so obviously I got some love for him as well. But I was actually on the golf course at Chambers. Beautiful day on Saturday. I'm with my high school quarterback. He came up here to play Chambers, and I get a text from Brian Walters. He goes, "Your boy's down." I go, "Who you talking about?" He goes, "Kenny Magman, he just went down. I think it's an ACL." And it sounds like it was just like a kickoff drill. There was nothing too crazy going on about it. That's unfortunate, maybe, because
isn't that always how it is?
I was excited for him because I felt like out of all the running backs, all these guys can run routes and have pretty good hands, but he led the nation in college with receptions and yards out of the backfield as a running back. So I thought that Kubiak would be able to insert him and use him in certain ways. This is unfortunate, but this is the NFL, man. So Zach Charbonnet, Damian Martinez, you're going to get more reps. Holani, the young man out of Boise State. More reps for you guys, man. One man's injury is another man's opportunity. Unfortunate for Kenny Mack, but it's how it goes in football.
What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, some breaking news in baseball this morning from ESPN's Jeff Passan. Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase has been placed on the non-disciplinary paid leave list as part of Major League Baseball's sports betting investigation. What's the real headline?
And I hope the Mariners weren't betting on him being available by trade.
That's a bar.
Thank you.
That's a bar.
Wait for our next one.
Yeah. What do you do with this? Like, what do you do with this? The thing that concerns me the most is that these athletes have to know that they are being watched. Even if you go through a third party, you go through a cousin of a friend, there are ways to trace things back to you, and it's happening more and more. But we knew, right, with gambling and athletes, just being around it, it's going to happen. This will never go away. This is always going to be a part of the game. It's unfortunate. Just got to be careful out there.
I would love to see what major leagues tell players specifically about gambling. I would bet they do whole, maybe not seminars, but like you have, like they let you know. They make it very, very clear. This is something you should absolutely know.
Yep.
But I just like it never fails to surprise me, and I know that people say that thing about like, oh, it's so hypocritical for a league that is involved in any way with betting or promotes it or via ads to tell players they can't do it. I've never been of the mind that that's hypocritical.
No.
Like, I can't enter contests my company runs. Like, it's very standard, I think, for a lot of companies and a lot of places where it's like there are certain things you can't do as an employee that other people can, including partake in some of the services your company offers or is partnered with. But I don't know, man, that's the rule. It's not difficult. You're being well compensated. It's a rule. Follow it.
Nah, it is what it is. And they're aware of it. That's the thing. It's not like these guys are being blindsided.
Right.
They're like, I didn't know I couldn't do that. No, you know. And if it looks anything like gambling, especially on your sport, you're going to be held accountable. So just get your mind right, man.
What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, Aaron Judge was placed on the IL with a right flexor strain and won't resume throwing for another 2 weeks. What's the real headline?
Class A's gotta like Cal Raleigh's odds to win AL MVP.
He saw that action and was like, I need that.
Yeah, he's like, well, wait a minute. Hey, listen, DraftKings has him as the betting favorite.
Hey, you know what, Aaron? I feel you, man. You know, my UCL's all jacked up from throwing footballs at training sessions and stuff, so I feel you, dog.
We are the same.
He's going to DH. Apparently, there were talks about him moving to first base. He played first base in high school at some point. That's not going to be a thing. Ben Rice, I guess, is having a decent season for the Yankees at first base. But no, this is unfortunate, but just keep swinging the bat. That's what he's really there for. Defensively, he's a good player, but we know why Judge is here. He's here to hit bombs, and he can continue to do that DH. So it sounds like Stanton's going to play the outfield now, so we'll see how that works.
Jerry Dipoto was asked yesterday on Sirius XM Radio whether the Mariners are done adding. He said it's not the plan to stop, but as for what they want to add next, you might be surprised. Coming your way.
Now batting for the Mariners, first baseman Josh Naylor. The first contender to make the big move that says, we're all in.
Well, look at the Mariners striking first. How about that?
They did exactly what they needed to do at the deadline.
They do it without giving up a top 10 prospect.
And this kind of felt like, yeah, this is the right fit.
You're now looking at a 1 through 6 in your lineup that's deep, that's legitimate.
We're all over baseball's trade deadline on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com.
Dave Wyman joined by Dr. Daniel Landis from Swedish CyberKnife. Dr. Landis, when treating prostate cancer, what can patients expect during CyberKnife treatment?
So the CyberKnife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team? We can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes. Teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for 2 with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we got back-to-back trade deadline things here. We're going to talk about some additional rumors we're hearing from the weekend coming up in 15 minutes. Before we get to it, the latest from Jerry Dipoto, who was a guest of MLB Network Radio's The Front Office yesterday morning. Everything we learned, and we're going to start with whether or not they're done adding Cut 7. Here's what Jerry said.
No, that's not the plan. We do have other things we'd like to add, areas we'd like to beef up. And, and I do think one of you hit on it early, being able to acquire Josh a week out from the trade deadline allows us to let it come to us a little bit. And, we were very aggressive in our initial vetting, and we got after it pretty good and hammering the phone calls with the various clubs we thought fit for us. And we found a perfect fit for first base and in the middle of the lineup. And we do have some other, areas we'd like to address, not the least of which is like every other team in the postseason hunt would like to add to that bullpen.
All right. So again, asked if they're done adding, obviously says no, that's not the plan. Just a fun way to answer it. But obviously still wants to add to the bullpen. Bump, where would you like to see their next move? Like if they were to, it doesn't even have to be a name, but whether it's bat, a bullpen arm, a starter, like what kind of move that they would make you feel like, oh my God, I feel so much better about this team. Like I would love this move if I just got to choose one.
Well, the Naylor move made me feel good. I appreciated that. All right, you go ahead and get it. But the more I see the bullpen go to work, the more I see these starters have their ups and downs, the more I want an arm at this point. Of course, I would love for them to still pursue Geno. It sounds like the Yankees have been after him. Things have kind of slowed down there. A bat is priority number one, or was priority number one. I think it still should be, but I'm not as the urgency isn't the way it was last week when it comes to adding a bat, because you've already done that, right?
Yeah.
Now, I would like to add another bat. Of course, you go ahead and get Geno, but it's like when you're drafting in a fantasy draft, you're like, okay, I got to fill some slots. Okay, what do I need right now? I might not have gotten the quarterback that I wanted, but I got a quarterback. Okay, I'm not going to go ahead and draft another quarterback. That's kind of the way I'm seeing this situation here. It's like, all right, you didn't get the bat that you necessarily want, or the priority number one, you got your number two. So now let's go fill another slot. I'm looking at an arm, man, because this has been one of the more unfortunate years when it comes to health, when it comes to these arms. So I'm looking at an arm. What are you looking at?
I think an arm, and I think Ryan Rowland-Smith sounding almost concerned is probably what sold me on that one. Leading into that interview we had with him last week, I was very like, go get Geno, go get Naylor. Why not both? You know, acquire both of them. We know the Diamondbacks are sellers. They've since moved a few other pieces after trading Naylor. So they're available and you have the most to spend. It's not, in theory, sure, all of them. Continue to add a bat and an arm, but I'm concerned about whether or not Seattle's arms, whether it's the bullpen, whether it's the starters, are set to make a real run. Because I think this team, if they add, could get to a postseason and could make a run. But you're going to win in the postseason with slugging, obviously, but also with pitching. And I don't feel as confident in that group this year. I haven't, and I still don't. Let's stick with that topic of the bullpen arms. Let's go to cut number 10 here, Matt. This is Jerry talking about being dialed in there.
And we are dialed on the bullpen, and that makes us like just about everybody else who's trying to get to the finish line. But you know, the bullpen, as you know, they are the late movers, and you know, somewhere in the last day or two, and maybe in the last hour or two, you'll start seeing some of the higher impact bullpen guys go off the board, and we will be as aggressive in that area of the market as just about anybody, I would imagine.
Speaking of being aggressive, one name off the market is now going to be Emmanuel Clase. We talked about that a bit earlier. Curtis, are there bullpen arms that this team could target, maybe you're eyeing, or Mariners fans should be watching?
Yeah, there's a few. I know Ryan Helsley, the Cardinals closer, he said recently in an interview, he's like, yeah, I'm about 90% sure I'm getting traded within the next week.
Imagine feeling that way as a player. You're like, yeah. I'm probably out of here.
So that's somebody who could definitely be on the move. Pirates closer David Bednar, that's somebody else. I know the Twins have Joan Duran and Griffin Jacks, two players who are going to be highly sought after. So there are going to be some names. Jake Bird, we've talked about from the Rockies. That's somebody else. So a pretty decent crop of relievers. You don't have the like Aroldis Chapmans we've seen move at the deadline before, but these are pretty respectable relievers in their own right.
A big question that Dipoto was asked, I'll get to his answer in a second. Is this the best team, Bump, that Dipoto has assembled?
Ooh-wee. It's a
tough
team.
one. It's a tough one.
Yeah, you know what? I lean on Curtis with that one. Curtis, what do you think?
I would not say it is, but I think Jerry feels a little differently.
Is last year's different? Or sorry, is last year's better, do you think?
I think this year's better than last year, but I think I would put 22 as the best one he's assembled in the Mariners, in his Mariners years, yeah.
Matt, let's go to 11 and hear Dipoto's answer.
Is this the best baseball team you have ever assembled in your career?
I think so. Just on 1 through 26, we had a pretty awesome team with the Halos back in 2014. We had a 98 win season, won the West. We had superstars and deep rotation. But this team, I think, it's just deep. Our bullpen keeps coming. The guys that are coming out to throw the middle innings down 3 are showing you 3 pitches in high 90s. And I feel like the combination of defense, team speed, up and down the lineup, our contact has really improved, and we've always been relatively patient. And I think, sneakily, we hit homers. I every time we have a 2, 3, 4 homer game, I look at Dan Wilson and I give him a thumbs up and I say, little things, bro. And just hit it over the fence. And I think our rotation, when we're healthy, we are as good as anybody in the league. And I hope we're able to do the things this year that our talent suggests we can, because I know the character of the guys in the room.
I actually disagree with Jerry. I think that the last couple teams have been some of the best Mariners teams that I've watched, not including obviously when you're like really little and you're watching 90s Mariners. I mean, like, you had Nelson Cruz was your last all-star starter, but I don't look at 2015. You had some star power, but I don't look at those versions of Mariners teams and think that they were better. I look at this version. I look at 4 consecutive winning seasons, or finally getting back to the playoffs in 22, and think that. First of all, I do not think that they're sneaky with home runs. I think they very clearly are a club that hits home runs. I think their problem is they don't have enough consistent offense. They don't drive runners in, and their problem is they wasted their pitching last year. That's their problem. No one's surprised by a team that hits home runs when your catcher has 41. That's not a secret.
Yeah, and what is he supposed to say there? No, I think the team 3-4 years ago is better than this
Right,
squad.
that's the answer he has to give.
He has to go out there and he has to say this. And I also think I'm trying to get into the mind of Dipoto. Don't know him very well. Don't know him at all, honestly. I've met him a couple times. But I'm trying to get into the mind of him. And if he genuinely thinks this is the best team he's assembled, he's looking at homegrown talent. He's looking at Julio. He's looking at Cal. He's looking at the move that he made last trade deadline with Randy Rosarena, who has 10 bombs in the month of July, one of the hottest home run hitters in the game right now. He's looking at the arms that they develop here. And you have a certain attachment to this team, right? Obviously, he has attachment to other teams, but he's got to be in the moment. Is this the best team that he's assembled? No, there's been, like you said, more star power. And I'll lean on Curtis and agree with him, too, when it comes to that. But he's supposed to say that. What is he supposed to say? No, a team 4 years ago was better, and then go into the clubhouse like, what up, guys? There's just a dance that you must do when you are a leader of an organization, and that's what he did right there. But I think that he genuinely thinks that, though. I don't think that's a front.
No, I don't either. And I think Justin, I got the impression when we interviewed him that he was really, really excited about this team. And I'm not knocking him for saying it. I'm disagreeing in terms of kind of his own look at the team. And also maybe like, I think that what he's saying about the depth is technically true. Like, they do have a lot of versatility and flexibility and depth. And in theory, on paper, you've got deep pitching and you've got, like a bench where you're like, yeah, you've got a lot of guys that could platoon and a lot of guys that can do things. Your top level talent at catcher is the best in the league right now. I actually feel pretty solid about the top portion of the lineup. Randy's hot. We talked about it to start. Julio, was hot entering the All-Star break that last series, and then has kind of built on that against the Angels. Like, that's all good stuff, but it doesn't feel like a surefire playoff team. I think they can get to the playoffs. I think it's a messy American League, and they should go for it, and they could do some damage if they continue to add. Counterpoint, if I'm throwing it back, hey, Jerry, if this is the best team that you've ever constructed, why not really, really be aggressive? Why not really, really go for it and kind of, back it up by betting on yourself? So curious to see how far they go. It's a great year to be able to bet on yourself. A tough seller's market, but one where you've got a lot of resources to add and where the American League as a whole is a little bit weaker. Everything we're hearing about the trade deadline from the weekend, including a current Mariner reportedly being made available for trade, coming your way next.
Now batting for the Mariners, first baseman Josh Naylor. The first contender to make the big move that says, we're all in.
Well, look at the Mariners striking first. How about that?
They did exactly what they needed to do at the deadline.
They do it without giving up a top 10 prospect.
It just kind of felt like, yeah, this is the right fit.
You're now looking at a 1 through 6 in your lineup that's deep. It's legitimate.
We're all over baseball's trade deadline on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus. I want to tell you about a place that I've been to a couple of times, Silver Reef Casino. It's an easy drive up I-5. You get off exit 260, and you are there. I went there. It's a great place to get away and to recharge and get your mind right. They got great rooms. They're comfortable. They're spacious. They got free Wi-Fi as well. They got tablets in the rooms, and you might ask for a review. They got some great views there, too. You go downstairs when you're done all packing or whatnot. You got the steakhouse, and you have the cantina. And for my sports goers, they got Porter's Bay Sports Bar. Sit down, watch all the games, have a drink, and the vibes are good. And for my golfers, they got you covered too. Loomis Trail Golf Course, 18 holes with water almost everywhere. Hit the ball straight. If it goes in the water, don't worry about it. Take your medicine and hit that ball. Also, they got events going on as well. Every Saturday this month, you can win $10,000 with a grand prize of $50,000. They got great events as well. They got everything you need at Silver Reef Casino. Silver Reef Casino, it's not a secret anymore.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Get lower energy bills, cleaner air, and year-round comfort with AeroSeal duct sealing. Normally $2,500. Now just $99 for PSE customers with each replacement furnace or heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Learn more at homecomfortalliance.com today.
The 2025 Seahawks season is almost here. Get fitted for game days with jerseys, caps, and tees, including the 2025 training camp collection. Visit the Seahawks Pro Shop at the Landing in Renton and Lumen Field or online at Seahawks.com/pro shop.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at 4 tickets to see the Seahawks host the Raiders August 7th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 23rd through 28th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. Only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman joined by a very special guest, Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer and accepting new patients. Dr. Landis, what could patients expect during CyberKnife treatment?
So the CyberKnife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Where are your patients from?
We see patients from all over, patients from out of state, Alaska, Idaho, from all over the world, honestly, since it's such a short treatment.
How can someone get a hold of you?
Yeah, I would encourage patients to reach out to us directly. We'd be happy to schedule a consultation.
Thank you, Dr. Landis and the team at Swedish CyberKnife for the wonderful work they do. And remember, you don't need a physician's referral. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you. which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited interline apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy
Weekdays 10 to 2.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our coverage of Seahawks training camp brought to you by The Landing in Renton. Now, we are going to get to the Seahawks later. Marquez Valdes-Scantling is going to join us at noon. Practice is going to start while we're on air, so we're going to hopefully have some early takeaways at 1:30, but we're pretty Mariners heavy to start the show because the trade deadline is right around the corner. The Mariners have made it clear they want to be aggressive. They've already made the first move of the deadline, acquiring Josh Naylor from the Diamondbacks. We have two things to cover here. Number one, a Seattle Mariners player who's reportedly been made available via trade. Number two, from a Latin American baseball reporter, Francis Romero, we found out a bit more about that price tag for Gino Suarez. We're going to start with who's been made available. From the Athletics' Ken Rosenthal, he says the Mariners have made infielder, outfielder, utility man Dylan Moore available. He said rival clubs aren't excited by the news, probably aren't as excited by the news as they might have been a year ago. He is a Gold Glove Award winner from last season, but he turns 33 in August, is in a 2-for-54 slump since May 27th.
Yeah, of course he'd be available. You know, it's not like he's adding much value to the ball club at this point, which is unfortunate, man. Last year had himself a good season. I think you mentioned the utility Gold Glove winner last year. Had some big moments. Was it a grand slam against Astros?
Oh, that was that was one of my favorite from a couple seasons ago, but one of my all-time Dylan Moore moments.
Yeah, like he's had moments. Defensively, he's been good. You put him everywhere. He's played everywhere in the infield, everywhere in the outfield. He's been good over the years, but at this point, he's just not contributing. But one man's trash is another man's treasure. Somebody might look at Dylan Moore and say, well, we need help defensively. We can put him anywhere. We're banged up or whatnot. Let's see. Let's give this guy a go. But it's not like teams are just knocking on your door asking you what's the status of Dylan Moore. You got to put him out there. So it's unfortunate, man, because he's a good dude. He's had some great moments for this team. But when you're in a slump like the way he is, he should be made available.
That's kind of my thought on Dylan Moore was like, on the one hand, you've heard nothing but great things. He's really well-liked and well-respected. In theory, he is really versatile. He can play basically any position for you. So great. Awesome to have that guy. He is in a massive slump, and slump doesn't quite do it justice. He has just had a horrible year overall. Yeah. And when I saw this, I honestly, and I say this as respectfully as I possibly can to like Dylan Moore, the person, and to the Mariners situation, I thought it was a joke initially because I was like, there's no way. Like, what do you mean making him available? Like, I just don't know. Like, what are you expecting? Maybe as part of a trade package? I don't know.
Yeah, it has to be.
I say that hoping Dylan Moore figures it out, knowing that he, in theory, like the front office loves this guy. Like
he'll bring value to a team defensively. I know he's in a slump right now, but name of the game in baseball, hit the ball. He's just not doing that right now.
We found out what Gino Suarez could cost. From Latin America baseball reporter Francis Romero. He said trade talks between the Yankees and Diamondbacks over Gino Suarez stalled after Arizona asked for, okay, now I'm going to list them, an MLB player, 2, an upper-level prospect, and 3, at least one lower-level prospect per industry sources. He says Yankees still holding tight on top farm talent. Is that more or less than you would have expected?
Probably more.
Really?
Actually, it feels right. Honestly, it feels right.
Best bat available.
Yeah, he's
never seen a 35 home run guy
my guy's
traded.
hitting bombs right now, and you're as valuable as the market tells you are. And right now, the market is telling us that Gino is the most valuable bat at the trade deadline. Every expert that comes on our show says he is the guy at this point. So yesterday's price is not today's price when it comes to Gino, and they should be asking for whatever they want at this point. They're in the driver's seat because of his performance.
Curtis, I'm going to head to you for this one. Is this more or less than you were expecting for Gino?
I think it's a pretty fair price considering what his production has been this season. I kind of look at it from a Mariners perspective, a major league level player. I don't know. Do you throw like Emerson Hancock in that trade? I would do that.
I assumed it had to be one of their arms, right?
Yeah.
Like the
Logan
point is
Evans,
like
Emerson Hancock, somebody like that. I'm not trading like Bryce Miller for Geno. No way that would happen. But
well, and I'm not surprised at all if that's where Arizona starts.
sure, but I just think that the Mariners have so much invested in Bryce Miller going forward that I don't think he would get moved for a Geno Suarez type player. So if it starts with like Evans or Hancock, sure, that's a good starting point. An upper level prospect, AA, AAA, I don't know, maybe like Tyler Locklear. Like he's been killing it right now in Tacoma, but again, he's a first base only type player. And then a lower level prospect, I don't know, somebody in Modesto. So that's kind of like a jumping off point for Geno Suarez. Hancock and Locklear and somebody else for Suarez. I mean, I'd make that move for sure.
But unless they're asking for like, can we get Miller? Maybe not even Ford, maybe someone else, or maybe another one of your arms.
If
you
somebody
really, really love, like
Double A right
whoever.
now, you've got Las Montez and Michael Arroyo. I wouldn't move either one of those guys for Geno.
It's got to be. I mean, I'm guessing that. I think maybe I'm wrong. I feel like the Mariners would have made the move if it was Locklear and maybe like Hancock or something. Right?
No, I'm with you.
Am I wrong?
No, I'm with you. I agree 100%. But this is the tricky part of these trades, and we talk about the Mariners going out and getting Geno. They have to go get Geno, right? But they also place value on players in a different way than we do. You know, they are connected to these guys. They see their development. They're in correspondence with the guys down in AAA and AA and single A, and just there's so many things that to take into consideration when trying to acquire players that we probably don't think about. It's easy for us to say, all right, go get them, give them whatever they want. But at the end of the day, and we have texters who text in too, and a lot of them point out, like, look, we don't want to deplete the farm system. Like, we want to have a nice foundation, which I get. But are you trying to win right now? And how valuable are these young men? It's a question that will be answered here fairly soon. And I'm glad, 31st is the trade deadline? Got 3 days. Figure this out.
Joe in Bellevue, if no one's willing to pay it, then he isn't worth that price. And he'll be worth $0 to Arizona at the end of the season, which is a very good point. Curtis had a theory bump that Geno would maybe be one of the last names we see moved because all you can do, in theory, if he gets hurt, sure, you lose trade value. Or if he hits another home run, another 2 home runs, he's even more valuable to you.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Like, why would you sell now?
I don't know. You wait till the final hour with that.
Yeah.
You wait because offers are going to come in. You're going to talk to owners and GMs or presidents on the phone, and you're going to let them know, look, I got another guy interested. It's like bidding on a house, man. You ever bid on a house? I've been outbid several times on a home, and money talks. And in this situation, it's talent, it's MLB players, and they should wait because they hold all the leverage in the situation.
I've never bid on a house, and nor will I.
Well, yeah, you will. Yeah, you will.
Our coverage of Seahawks training camp brought to you by The Landing in Renton. Sticking with the Mariners here, we're going to bring on Seattle Times' Mike Vorel to talk about some additional pieces available at the trade deadline, needs for this team, and take a look at this team following that series in the Angels. Don't go anywhere.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music of the year.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
This
is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Colorado head coach Deion Sanders announced today he was diagnosed with a cancerous bladder tumor but had it removed and is now, quote, cancer-free. It was his first press conference back in Boulder. Elsewhere in MLB, this one breaking earlier this morning from ESPN, Cleveland Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase has been placed on non-disciplinary paid leave as part of Major League Baseball's sports betting investigation.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. Here we go now.
Continuing our Mariners talk, approaching the trade deadline with Seattle Times reporter Mike Vorel joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Mike, how's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're good. We've had the first Mariners move, acquiring Josh Naylor, first move of the trade deadline. We'll start there before we get to keeping an eye on some others. What does adding Naylor bring to this team?
Yeah, I think, it brings an element that fans, first off, have been looking for several seasons, which is just a guy that puts the ball in play, even when it doesn't look pretty. He doesn't have the massive power numbers. He's not, they've been batting him fourth or fifth, but he's not going to be that 30, 40 homer guy. But, I mean, it's a guy who, is hitting almost 300, which you don't see often nowadays, and puts the ball in play, doesn't strike out a lot, takes his walks. So it's kind of a little bit of a refreshing throwback in that way, and someone who just posts every day, and you can kind of count on a hit, a couple hits, a lot of singles, some doubles, not always flashy, but, for a lineup that hasn't had that in a couple of years in terms of just the on base and just the ability to make things happen in that way, someone who should be a pretty good table setter in the middle of that lineup.
Hey, Mike, we heard a sound from Dipoto. He said it isn't the plan to not make another move. And we know what name that a lot of teams are looking at in Gino. Is that the necessary move, or do you think they should go a different direction?
I would like to see them get another bat, whether it's Gino or whether it's someone else. I mean, I would like it to be Gino. I think the frustrating thing for fans and for everyone around the Mariners is that this is a player who obviously should be on this team right now and was essentially, given away for very little a couple of years ago, and now he's one of the most valuable players in baseball. So, I do think that they need more. You can look at the stats and say, okay, well, this offense is improved this season. They're much better statistically in a number of areas, and that's true. But how much of that are you putting directly on Cal continuing to do what Cal has done, which is almost impossible? I think when you look at the variance there and the possibility that he doesn't finish quite the way that he started, it'd be nice to have a little bit more oomph in the middle of that lineup. But, of course, they also need, the late inning bullpen arm, and that's been obvious too. So it might be a matter of what you have to prioritize at this point. But in a perfect world, I think you'd use some of that prospect capital and try to get a proven bat.
I like kind of the point you made too about not even the elephant in the room, but the main thing that you're going to hear from Mariners fans being, yeah, it would be great if you didn't have to give up prospects for Gino. I feel like the Mariners' just approach to team building is going to be where they have to rely on dealing from the farm system and have to rely on these midseason trades. Do you see that as being, for a team so concerned with sustainability, kind of a sustainable way to build? Or is there a different approach you think they should take?
I mean, I think it's a way to build. It's not the only way, of course, and it's a very frustrating way. But that's the way that they've kind of, that's what they've staked all of their money and their approach on. Is just, we're going to be this team that completely ignores one element of team building in terms of signing free agent. And what we're going to do is we're going to hang around and we're going to hope to be there. And we're going to, build farm systems, and then we're going to trade. And the way to trade is you build up prospect capital, and then you put yourself in position to use it. That's, they've really put themselves in that position where that is the avenue for them to get better in a hurry. There are other avenues other teams take. You look at, the Dodgers, and they've got players in their farm system who they don't deal because, they signed someone to a massive deal in the offseason, and they can build instantly that way. The Mariners don't go that route. When you don't go that route, it can get frustrating when you have to deal away prospects to get players, but that's what they've decided to do, for better or worse.
Julio's been turning the corner. We've been waiting on this, right, Mike? It's like, be patient. He gets into the summer, and hopefully he gets hot. Any changes you've seen in Julio, or do you think it was just a matter of time and he just stays steady?
I don't see anything like swing specific or approach specific. Obviously, this whole season we've seen him, going up hunting on first pitches way more than he had previously in his career. But I just think, it's that time of year, and it's one of those things where if we could figure out scientifically why this was happening, then I think they'd have a much better approach to making it happen earlier in the year. But it started in that final series against Detroit before the All-Star break, and it just seems like for him, it's simple in a sense. Just the ability to lift the ball with authority is so important for Julio, a guy who strikes out a lot and hits way too many ground balls. If he can put the ball in the air, to dead center, to right center, which is really what he's been doing, and drive it, he's a different player, and that's the guy that he is right now. Can I pinpoint why? Not exactly, but as we know, it's getting hotter, and when the weather gets hotter, so does Julio.
I did not expect that my big fear about this team would be around pitching. This time last year, I thought, oh my God, the entire story we're going to be talking about is how they need to add bats. And even though we're coming off a game where they didn't get much offense going at all, and even though their inconsistency is frustrating, I feel like I'm becoming a little more concerned about not just the health of their arms, but the longevity, how effective they can be in the postseason, knowing just how important that is. What's your maybe comfort level? Maybe you're more glass half full or half empty than I am there with the pitching as a whole. And is that kind of where you're really, really thinking they could make a significant improvement at the deadline?
I don't think there's any doubt that they need, that like 6th, 7th, heading into the 8th inning arm to kind of pass the baton. And the question is, how do you go about doing that, and how much are you willing to spend on that? Whether you can get a Duran from Minnesota or Griffin Jacks from Minnesota or David Bednar from the Pirates. Obviously, a lot of quality arms from the bullpen do get dealt at the deadline. I think, I've seen some people talk about, okay, do you get an additional starter at the deadline? I feel like that would just be kind of ridiculous at this point where, the Mariners have done so much. They put their entire reputation on our starting rotation being one of the best in baseball. This is what's going to carry us. This is what we're going to put all of our eggs into that particular basket. And you've got to believe if you're this team that they can still be that, I think. When you look at, Logan has not been consistent coming back and Bryce Miller's not back yet. But if you don't have your starting pitching as a team, what do you have in terms of this organization? So I think you've got to invest in other areas. You got to invest in the bullpen. You got to maybe try to add another bat. And you just have to believe that rotation that you've believed in for so many years is still going to be that rotation. So a bunch of guys that are in their prime, can they come back and do it in October? I think you have to have faith that the plan you've had all along is still going to work.
Hey, obviously we're looking at the Houston Astros and kind of keeping tabs on them, seeing what they're doing while focusing on the wild card. They just got swept by the A's. How much influence do you think that has on the organization when it comes to being aggressive at that trade deadline?
I mean, I don't think it's nothing, but I think that the Mariners have kind of decided internally that they're going for it for a couple weeks now. And, they've sort of put themselves in that position. It's bigger than, this week or last week. It's a situation where this team, as you know, hasn't been to the playoffs the last couple of years. They've got this window. This is the moment where they're supposed to be able to make their run. They've got all of their starting pitchers under contract, and that's kind of the big strength. This is supposed to be their time. So, and everyone knows that. Jerry knows that. People internally know that. But there is a pressure there to make this moment count. So I think, it's helpful, of course, that Houston's finally starting to feel the effects of all those injuries. But I think the Mariners should be in win-now mode, and it's for a lot of reasons that go beyond just the last week or two.
If they decide to go in win-now mode, do you think they can? And I'll leave it up to you to decide maybe how far they can go, but do you think that this is a team and maybe a team in an American League that can be really, really successful and really surprise people if they add?
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely can be that team. It's just, you're banking on a version of the Mariners stepping up that we haven't seen this entire season. And the pathway to that, I think, is pretty clear. It's that your starting rotation, more than absolutely anything else, rounds into form. If you have the dominant starting rotation that you wanted to have, and you have Logan Gilbert, and you've got George Kirby going, as well as you can, and Castillo is consistent in all those guys, and you can shorten that rotation in the playoffs, but you've got those guys where every day is relentless. And then you round that out with timely hitting, and Julio comes on in the second half, and Cal is having a historic year. It is in the middle of that lineup, and Josh Naylor gets on base. There is an avenue for this team to do damage in the postseason, but I think without that rotation, it's not realistic. So can that rotation do it? That's kind of the big question for me, and then you add all around that.
Yeah, it's the rotation has been up and down, as you know. And seeing Logan have his struggles has been concerning at times, but when he's hot, he's hot. And obviously, Wu has been holding it down as well. Where does this rotation rank for you now? I mean, coming into the season, it was all about this rotation that we felt like there was something you could lean on. But, you know, they're human, and they've had some injuries. Just your report card, I guess, on these guys so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, you know, as we know, there's reasons for this. It's not just looking at it and saying, oh, they fell off of a cliff and we have to try to go down the list and try to diagnose why this happened. We know why it's happened. It's, you know, injuries are a part of the game. And, you know, I think, honestly, the front office in this organization has leaned really, really hard on, well, you know, we're going to ride our rotation into the sunset and we're going to put everything into that bucket. And they didn't do enough in the offseason to add around that, you know, and prepare yourself for the eventuality that something like this was going to happen. But when you look at the rotation, yeah, they haven't been healthy, but I still think that there has to be the capability that that group is a top 5 rotation in baseball. And if you look at, you know, George Kirby right now is in his prime, Logan Gilbert's in his prime, Castillo is probably not in his prime, but has good years left. And, you know, and Wu obviously has been an all-star this season. And you know, they have the pieces to be able to make a sustained run and to be healthy going into the playoffs. So they still have that in front of them, but it just hasn't been a consistent group.
Again, trade deadline a couple days away here. I can't believe it's already not even right around the corner, coming up a bit later this week. We're going to transition to kind of a football conversation here after we let you go, Mike. But while we have you, might as well transition to Seahawks here, because you have a new feature up on the Seattle Times about DeMarcus Lawrence. And you mentioned something. I was just chatting with you very briefly last week, and you mentioned something that I hadn't really considered, which in hindsight, shame on me, which is that the defense was very much kind of the same group coming into this year, with the exception of that one kind of big free agent signing. I don't want to spoil the article, so feel free to answer this creatively, but what kind of prompted you not just to write this story, to focus on DeMarcus Lawrence, but what can he potentially bring Seattle?
Yeah, I think, you know, when you look at last season for the Seahawks, you know, what was kind of one of the big traits that allowed that group to take a huge jump forward in the second half? It was that they figured out their run defense. Yeah, obviously they made some necessary moves and essentially overhauled their linebacker position, and they started to stop the run. And that was a huge, like, literal before and after, before the bye, after the bye, before they stopped the run, after they stopped the run. And they're 6-2 after the bye, and it was not by accident. You bring it to Marcus Lawrence, a guy who has been a certified run stopper his entire career, and of course, previously had a little bit more of an effect in the pass rush as well. But if he comes in and can really continue to help you do that consistently, you know, this is a defense, you know, like I wrote in the story, where DeMarcus Lawrence is maybe your biggest defensive wild card, and of course, you know, there's a rookie in Nick Emenwari who might be that guy as well. But it's a defense that brings back almost all of its starters, so there's not that many true question marks. But you know, at 33, what does DeMarcus Lawrence have left? I don't think anyone can really answer that question right now. So it's going to be interesting to go into the season and to see if he can give you that thing, that run stopping, that edge, that physicality that they paid him for, where, you know, they spent 3 years, a 3-year deal on him for a 33-year-old who Dallas, it seemed like, didn't want. You know, they didn't you know, give him a big offer as well. So I just think that he's a big wild card going into the season. It's going to be interesting to see how much left he has in the tank.
I'm going to do my best to answer this question in our next segment, but I want to ask you, what does the injury to Kenny Mack mean for this team?
Yeah, I just think, you know, obviously in the NFL, at the running back position, you know, it's hard to maintain that health throughout a season. And we've heard so much with the new offense and the scheme and the philosophy that they want to kind of embrace, that it's going to be a run first team. And it's hard to maintain that when Kenneth Walker hasn't been all that healthy of late. And then you've got Charbonnet, and you know, you don't know exactly what Damian Martinez is going to give you, and George Holani. So I think it's just, you know, it's not just him. It's not just McIntosh. It's more about philosophically, you know, how confident can you be in your approach? And, you know, they want to be a run first offense, and they still obviously will be that. But it's just one less body in that room. And I think he's a guy who showed that he could do a little bit of everything when it comes to running the ball and blocking and catching the ball out of the backfield. So there's a lot to be proven from Damien Martinez and George Kalani and kind of those depth pieces. And it'll be interesting to see how they step up in an offense that really wants to use that position.
He is Seattle Times reporter Mike Vorel. His latest up on SeattleTimes.com right now. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
The Seattle Seahawks preseason home opener is August 7th, and we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks take on the Raiders in person. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Just bobbing the head to the number. It's a bob. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through today, July 28th. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down bump. How is old school football making a return to the NFL?
Old school, baby. I love it. Remember when
Yes.
Yeah, Hard Knocks went down, and they followed the lines, and Dan Campbell was almost breaking down in tears. These guys, you guys got to trust me. All I do is think about you guys. And the speech was based off of the practice because they were padded up and they were tackling or whatnot. His DC goes over to the New York Jets, and he's doing the same thing. Full pads, taking guys to the ground, like a full contact practice. That is old school football. There are regulations now. When I was playing back in 2008, 9, 10, our practices were longer and we're padded up a lot more. You have CBA, NFLPA steps in, says, look, we want to preserve our veterans. Let's chill on the tackling, chill on the padded days, and the amount of time we can be out there, let's slow it down. Aaron Glenn, first day of practice, he has those guys tackling, and I like that. There's a reason why when the season starts, it looks a bit sloppy. Right, and that's just with any sport. Teams got to find their chemistry or whatnot, but the tackling has been an issue for the last several years. At least here we feel like just because they're not able to really do it because you want to protect your investments. But I love that Aaron Glenn on the first day, he says, we're going to tackle, and guys are going out to the ground. And big ups to Justin Fields. He was on the field today as well. It looks like that toe is back in place, and he's good to go. But no, that's old school football. That's what I grew up, how I grew up playing, even when I was in the NFL. Now, we didn't tackle a lot, but there were times where homegrown would just be like, let's go get it. Don't touch the quarterback, of course, but let's go get it. So that's old school football, and I like it. He's going to have to calm that down. He's not going to do it every single day. You got to protect your investments, like I said, and there are rules and regulations around it, but I'm just happy that he's setting the tone over there.
I think the older you get, Bump, the more dramatic you should make your stories of being on the squad in the late or like 2008, 9, 10s. Like, I think you should start being like, people died. We buried him on the field. What do you think the berm's made out of? Like, just like it starts getting like, I don't remember this story. Just like start making it really, really dramatic.
Naturally,
they would kill you if you didn't make a catch.
The grayer this beard gets, the more dramatic those stories are going to get.
Stories are just going to be coming like, I don't know what I believe you. Second down. Who will make the biggest plays on offense this year?
You know, last year JSN had big plays of 46 yards twice and 25. The year before that, he had a big play of 34 and 32. Cooper Kupp last year had a big play of 37 and 69. But I think the bigger plays in the pass game this year are going to be made by MVS. We're actually going to talk to him at 12. I'm going to tell him that he is going to be the sniper in this whole deal. Snipers, they aren't seen, but their impacts are big, and they will hit you from far away. That's what I see with MVS. Last year, he had receptions of 29 yards, 39, 71, 67. Year before that, 232s, 46, 37. Year before that, 57, 42, and 36. 1 year, he averaged 20 yards per reception. He's going to be the sniper, the big play guy. He's still fast. I went out there and looked at the 30-year-old, and he looks good. He don't move. He don't talk. He don't dress like a 30-year-old. He looks good out there. So, yes, I think that Cooper Kupp might be better when it comes to yards after the catch. I think that's more of his game. His bigger plays, he's got a play of 69 and 75 yards. Those are all yards after the catch. But I'm talking about bombs, throwing that thing deep over the top. I think MVS will and should be the leader when it comes to that.
Third down. What position will you be stalking today during practice?
I'm stalking the 72s.
You're just going to be peeking in from the trees.
The 68s. The 70. I mean, the big boys, man. Pads are on today. And people have been asking me, I'm at the golf course and people are asking me about the run game, and I go, listen, I can tell you what they're trying to do, but I don't really know what it looks like yet because they don't have pads on. And we're still not going to know for sure until you get into the preseason, but at least now these bigs can get physical, man. I'm sure they've been dying to get physical. I'm sure that these defensive linemen have been dying to get physical too. This is where you really figure out, okay, who can handle it? Is their hand placement going to be okay? What are their feet going to look like? What are the combo blocks going to look like? I'll get more out of today, out of the bigs, than I've gotten since the last game of the season last year, because they're just not able to do what they're built to do, which is be physical. So you big boys, you 70s, you 60s, you 50s, you 90s, I'm on you today.
4th down. Sad news coming out of the Seahawks running back room. Kenny McIntosh went down with a non-contact injury, fears it's an ACL. What does that injury mean for this running back room?
Oh, man, and it's unfortunate for Kenny Mack. I'm a big fan of his. I think that he was really coming into his own, especially late in the season last year. But it means opportunity. And I highlighted that he was the best running back coming out of college during his year when it comes to receiving the football. Damian Martinez had 32 receptions last year at University of Miami. K9 had 53 receptions last year with the Seahawks. So they should be fine in that department, but it's opportunity. With the Saints, Kamara played 58% of the snaps. Yeah, Williams played 16, and your fullbacks, Prentice, played 25%. There were 2 other running backs that played 9% of the snaps. That's 100 plays. So essentially, somebody just got 100 plays, whether it be Helani, whether it be Charbonnet, who knows? And I assume that they'll probably bring in another running back because you got to fill that void, especially going into preseason. But it's just opportunity, man, and it's so unfortunate. I think I've told this story before. I think the receiver was Anthony Russo. He was out of UW. You might remember him. Actually, he's older than you. But Anthony Russo. And he came here, and we're the same receiver. Same size, same speed. Everything was the same.
So you knew immediately.
And then I'm like, I'm competing with this guy.
Yeah.
Like, it's me or you. And he goes down with a hamstring injury. And it was messed up because I was cool with Anthony, and he was a good dude. But he went down, and my receiver coach pulled me aside, Coach Gilbertson, and was like, listen, you just got more snaps. You got more reps. And that's just the nature of the business. This is the NFL for you. So that's what it means. It just means more opportunity. It's unfortunate for one guy, but it's fortunate for the next guy. Now they just have to take advantage and make the best of it.
Given Ken Walker's injury history and that he's been kind of banged up for this team, especially last year, are we expecting that Zach Charbonnet, it's not necessarily going to get more, but that it could be undrafted guys or rookies? Because I'm a little nervous now about the health of that group. Even though I had Kenny Mack as a bubble player who I didn't even know if he'd make the roster, I did expect him to, like you said, eat up a lot of those carries in the preseason, and I don't necessarily want those going to Charbonnet.
You should be cautious about the running back position every time you watch football.
Yeah.
That's just what it is, man. A good running back is going to touch the football 300 times in a run game, maybe another 40 to 50 times in the pass game, and then you have to pass pro as well, having these big edge rushers and linebackers get after you. So yeah, always be cautious when it comes to those running backs, man, and keep your fingers crossed. And that's the big thing with K9 is that we haven't really gotten the full doses of K9 since his rookie season because he's been banged up. So yeah, you should be a big concern.
I'm so eager to see this run game.
Me too.
And again, it's the preseason's such a tease because it's really cool, especially for this preseason game against the Raiders. It's going to be in person here in Seattle. So in theory, you're like, I can't wait to see what this Clint Kubiak offense looks like. I cannot wait to see some of these rookies. And it's just, you get so close without actually getting a taste for it. But do they actually get to roll out a portion of the playbook? Are they going to kind of...
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to show...
It's basic.
Yeah.
You lay the foundation, and then once you go into the regular season, then you start really building a house according to your opponent.
Our coverage of Seahawks training camps brought to you by The Landing in Renton. Coming up next in the timeline, Ichiro might have delivered one of the best Hall of Fame speeches ever.
Now batting for the Mariners, first baseman Josh Naylor. The first contender to make the big move that says, we're all in.
Well, look at the Mariners striking first. How about that?
They did exactly what they needed to do at the deadline.
They do it without giving up a top 10 prospect.
It just kind of felt like, yeah, this is the right fit.
You're now looking at a 1 through 6 in your lineup that's deep. It's legitimate.
We're all over baseball's trade deadline on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey friends, Stacy here to tell you that Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 130-year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles, plus huge discounts in their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell your car? Great news. Wayscar Ford's vehicle profit-sharing plan is the best deal out there, and I mean it. They purchase your car and pay you up front, but then when they resell your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there are absolutely no games, no gimmicks, and no pressure. That's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked return policy on absolutely every car they sell. Change your mind for any reason, bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. So if you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key sales pressure experience, and a full 5-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, Wayscar Ford's the place to go. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com.
Upgrade your heat pump or air conditioner right now and save up to 25% during Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance sale. All remaining 2024 heat pumps and air conditioners are now up to 25% off. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
The 2025 Seahawks season is almost here. Get fitted for game days with jerseys, caps, and tees, including the 2025 training camp collection. Visit the Seahawks Pro Shop at the Landing in Renton and Lumen Field or online at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop.
Summer is here, and now's the time to break through those weight loss frustrations. Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and we have a proven system that can help you lose weight and get healthy. No drugs, no side effects, no calorie counting, no exercise. Just teaching you the simple steps to become a fat-burning machine and keep it off long term. Remove the stress of trying to do this on your own and picture being down 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days with our help. At Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, we know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle changes. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Yeah, look your best this summer. Even with a busy schedule and vacation, the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan isn't going to cause much disruption. Don't wait or put it off because you're busy. Lose weight during this summer and watch that transformation really happen for you.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can do our program in person in Kirkland or all remotely. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary. Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country. You're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Visit showallegiance.com, and from all of us, thank you for your support.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Of course, Ichiro's leading off the timeline. Who else? He brought down the house during his Baseball Hall of Fame speech. We've got all the highlights, plus an update on Deion Sanders. Maybe the best game we've ever seen from someone ever in an individual baseball game. Some Lucas stuff, so let's get to it. We're starting with Ichiro. First, in cut 12 during the speech, he made sure to get a shot in at the voter who didn't vote for him.
Baseball taught me what it means to be a professional. And I believe that is the main reason I am here today. Not because my skills are better than others. 3,000 hits or 262 hits in one season are achievements recognized by the writers. Well, all but one of you.
Get him.
He also said that that invite that he'd extended to have dinner just to talk about it has now been taken back.
Yeah, I like it.
Of course it is. Take that off the table.
Good job, Ichiro. It was, maybe I missed it, but I've never heard him speak in English at least. So that was cool. And he was thoughtful. He was kind. And he took jabs in a classy way. It was everything that you would think of when it comes to Ichiro. But, that was cool. I'm glad he took that shot. You're supposed to take that shot.
Love Ichiro. Also, cut 13, he loves Rick Riz, his best impression.
Beyond the regular season, I had a serious routine in the offseason too. When I showed up at the camp each spring, my arm was already in shape, waiting for Mariners broadcaster Rick Riz to say, "Holy smoke! A laser beam strike from Ichiro!"
It's the commitment to it is really what sells it.
I heard it. I heard it.
You can't just go like a halfway Rick Riz impression. You got to, or any baseball broadcaster, like the voice of a team, you got to really commit.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go in the press box and just watch Riz go to work. Like, I've listened to him for years, right? But I want to see his expressions and his body movements when all that stuff happens, because it's iconic. That voice is iconic. And even though he didn't sound like Rick, he sounded like Rick. Like, you can hear Riz when he said that.
Curtis, you've sat in that booth before for Mariners pre and post, literally like right behind Rick Riz. What's that like?
It's funny because Rick, outside of calling a game, he's quiet. Like, he just very chill. But he can ratchet it up once the game gets going. He's a total pro and also one of the nicest dudes. I was so glad to hear Ichiro give him a shout out on such a big stage, because I think more people need to recognize just how good we've got it with Rick.
Well, and players love him. Like,
oh, yeah.
He has so many conversations. It's the same thing with any of these guys. Like, they have so many conversations that you don't see, where they just kind of get a feel for the team or learn more about guys. The secrets they must have. Next up, Cup 14, Ichiro also thanked the Marlins, even though he added they're a pretty forgettable team.
And to the Miami Marlins, I appreciate David Sampson and Mike Hill for coming today. Honestly, when you guys called to offer me a contract for 2015, I have never heard of your team. But I came to love my time in South Florida.
Oh, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It's a good joke. He's funny, man.
I didn't know he was. I've heard that he had a great personality and he was funny, but to actually hear it and see it, was a pleasure.
The Tom Brady one is the best joke, but not radio friendly, but also a really good one. Also, as a Mariners fan in general, there are so few teams to which you can try to like punch down or make a joke, and so I'll gladly enter the ring making a joke about a Marlins fan. And finally, cut 15, he was very grateful to take his place in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Going into America's Baseball Hall of Fame was never my goal. I didn't even know there was one until I visited Cooperstown for the first time in 2001. But being here today sure feels like a fantastic dream. Thank you.
It was up there, I thought, with one of the best speeches. Crowd was engaged, funny. He also had, and obviously we didn't include it, but he had moments where he talked about how important it is. And Bump, this is probably something you've certainly experienced as a player. The most important thing you can do as a player is be accountable for yourself. And kind of those thoughts that you have. I'm sure there are times you went to bed after a game going like, oh, I really, you're ruminating.
Yeah, for sure. And, like, greats are great for a reason. Now, there are some great athletes who are just not really good people, right? But for the most part, when you do hear these guys get inducted to whatever Hall of Fame they're getting inducted to, you hear the greatness. You're like, all right, that person's a little different. Like someone texted in, hearing Ichiro's speech makes me want to be a better person. Like there are people who really move you like that, and Ichiro is one of them. So it was a good moment, and I'm glad he'll live forever. He's immortal now, and he deserves every accolade he's ever gotten.
Next up, when Colorado head coach Deion Sanders announced that he'd be, in his first press conference in Boulder today, being joined by his medical staff, I think a lot of Colorado fans were a little nervous. Oh, my God, is he going to have to step away for a medical reason? That press conference happened earlier today. In it, Deion Sanders revealed he had a cancerous tumor removed from his bladder in the offseason and is now cancer-free, cut 19.
I depend on depend, if you know what I mean. I truly depend on depend. Like, I cannot control my bladder. So I get up and go to the bathroom already 4 or 5 times a night. But then I'm sitting up there waking up, like my grandson. We in the same thing. We got the same problem right now. We're going through the same trials and tribulations. We're trying to see who has the heaviest bag at the end of the night. Like, it's ridiculous. But I'm making a joke out of it, but it's real. Like, it is real, it is real, it is real. So if you seePoto on the sideline, it's real, okay? It's just totally different, and I know there's a lot of people out there going through what I'm going through and dealing with what I'm dealing with. And let's stop being ashamed of it, and let's deal with it, and let's deal with it head on.
Really happy to hear he's cancer-free.
Deion's the only person to make Depend sound cool. This got in front of him and said, look, this is what it is. And that's also just with age. You get a certain age and you don't care. Like, this is it. And I think it's important that a guy like Deion, who is going through that stuff, gets out in front of it and lets people know. And he's right. A lot of people are dealing with that same stuff. But the way he handled it, too, you would have never thought that he was going through what he was going through, because Deion is just him regardless. So happy that he is now cancer-free. And I hope he loses that competition with his grandson.
Also from the weekend, did we just see the best baseball game ever? Take a listen to this stat line. 6 for 6, 4 home runs, a double that was nearly another home run, 8 RBI total, and 6 runs scored. A's rookie first baseman Nick Kurtz had the game of his life on Saturday against the Astros, cut 18.
Swing and a drive, deep to left. He's done it 4 times.
What a magical night.
He tied the major league record with 19 total bases, became the 20th member of the 4 home run club, and is only the 9th player ever to score 6 runs in a game. Take that, Astros.
22 years old, and this young man is doing that. I saw the stat line. I thought it was a typo. I go, no way.
Right.
I told my son, I go, this can't be real, right? He goes, yeah, Dad, I was watching on SportsCenter. It was awesome. No, good for him, man. I mean, the hardest thing to do in sports is to hit a baseball, and he did it at a high clip. 6 for 6, 4 bombs. I could imagine being an Oakland A's fan watching that young man do his thing. You hear the excitement. I would assume that was the regional broadcast, the commentators that we heard. You just hear the joy. When you watch something like that, a performance like that, it's special, man. I'll never forget when I watched Kobe drop 81. That was the highlight of my, my viewing when it comes to the Lakers, other than winning championships. But for a young man to do that, that age, good luck. I wonder what he does today.
Well, he's also giant and just incredibly talented. And Jeff Passan, really, really smart baseball guy who knows a lot about baseball history, I think very fairly tweeted out when this game happened, I think this has a case for the best individual, just the one game we've ever seen from someone. And I think he's right. I think this might be it. And that part of baseball history is always really cool, because I don't know how you're not always going to get 6 chances. Like, the rest of the team was raking. I forget the final score. Curtis, maybe you know it off top. Wasn't it like 17? Just a crazy number.
It was a blowout,
Yeah, it was a complete blowout. So you get 6 opportunities in the first place. Then to go 6 for 6, 4 home runs. I think that is the best game we've ever seen.
Yeah. 15-3 was the score. So
crazy.
Everybody was getting busy. But good old Nick did his thing.
Here's a funny twist to the Luka Doncic trade for our last story in the timeline. Luka is on this week's cover of Men's Health magazine. He's talking about staying healthy, putting on some muscle, and of course, Men's Health pokes fun at it, saying the skinny on the Lakers star summer shred.
That's Photoshop.
What?
I got to see him in real
What do you mean? No, I think that he's just been putting in the
I'm
work.
just messing with him, man. I'm trying to keep him motivated.
It probably is
keep
photoshopped.
Motivated. All right, like, Luka, we need you.
Let him be a big boy.
We need you, Luka. All right, stay tight. Gosh darn it. LeBron's 40, 41.
Seahawks wide receiver Marquez Valdes-Scantling joining us at noon. Don't go anywhere.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, like, if I could get an interception, man. How many did you have in your career? 3. How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands. Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Head to T-Mobile Park August 5th through 10th as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities will be packed with must-have collectible giveaways, like an exclusive Funko Pop, 2004 jersey, and a replica of his Cooperstown plaque, plus his number retirement ceremony and more. It's going to be legendary.
And there it is! He's the new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at 4 tickets to see the Seahawks host the Raiders August 7th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 23rd through 28th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. Only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Rick Riz here, and it's the final month to submit your nomination for Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Pella's owners are donating $5,000 to 2 local youth sports organizations. Many local teams are in need of new equipment, field improvements, or uniforms. If you know a team who could use funding, nominate them at seattlesports.com/play. Join Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington and help our local youth thrive. Go to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a team in need right now.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed, all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards, USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are going to be joined in just a little bit, coming up at noon, by Seahawks wide receiver Marquez Valdes-Scantling. So I figured that heading into that conversation, we'd kind of talk about what we've seen from not just the wide receiver room in camp, but maybe our expectations for the season, figuring out what's Cooper Kupp's ceiling? What are we actually expecting? Could he have 1,000 yards, or is he mostly a veteran? What's Marquez doing? Is he really, replacing DK as your downfield threat, or is he something else? What does he bring that we haven't talked about? I mean, you mentioned this earlier, one of only 2 players on this team that's been part of a Super Bowl offense, so that's worthwhile. So kind of covering our bases there before we bring Marquez on, because this is, Bump, a group facing, I think, a lot of questions and quite a few doubts. Is it a group that suits Clint Kubiak's offense, though?
Yeah, it does. You got a little bit of everything. You got MVS, who is the downfield threat. You have Cooper Kupp, who's going to do a little bit of everything. And you have JSN, who's like the fluid receiver. It's always nice when we have 3 different type of receivers. I know that you have to be able to do everything as a receiver, but just styles, man. And there's no, I can never look at one receiver and say he plays exactly like this next receiver. You can compare, contrast, and say there's similarities here or there. But in this offense, you got to be able to do a little bit of everything. The main thing is blocking, too. If you're going to run the football, mean these tight formations, these receivers have to block. I don't know MVS, if his status when it comes to blocking, every receiver has to block. But I know for sure JSN and Cooper Kupp get dirty in the box. Like they're physical when it comes to the run game. So yeah, I think they fit. And I think the more variety of receiver you have, the better. You go deeper down into the depth chart. Jake Boble's a different type of receiver. Cody White's a different type of receiver. Derek Young is as well. So no, variety is always good, and I think that at least the first 3 fit this perfectly.
Where am I looking for when it comes to kind of top-line talent? Because I've looked at, obviously, watching JSN in camp so far, and he's looked great. He's got a really good early connection with Sam Darnold. He's been part of some really cool, touchdown plays, whatever that you've seen in, basic scrimmages that are open to the public. He looks phenomenal. I have a hard time, though, because in an ideal world, I'd love for maybe one other guy in your wide receiver room to be someone that is, he's young, he could break out. This is someone really exciting. I mean, last year you knew that wouldn't be Tyler Lockett, but you did think it could be JSN and DK.
Yeah.
I don't know and this guy this year.
Like the third guy or the 1-2 punch?
I think just the one where there could be a real opportunity for growth and someone to surprise you. I feel like from Cooper, I should expect 600 yards, 500 yards. He's a good veteran. And from MVS, I'm kind of thinking the same. I'm like, so where's the power? Where's the surprise? Where's the real physical threat coming from without DK?
Well, not every team has a DK. There's not too many DAs walking around.
Well, yeah.
I think A.J. Brown is as close as you're going to get as far as the physical part of it. So I think that you just combine Cooper Kupp and MVS, and you get MVS hasn't had more than 630 yards, I believe, in a season, and we all know what Cooper Kupp can do. You get 1,000 yards out of those two, you get 1,000 yards out of JSN, and you sprinkle in hopefully a 500, 600 yard tight end. I think you're in business. So it's just going to look different. Like, we're so used to seeing that big, just thoroughbred out there, and DK run down the field with all his strength and power, and you think that that's necessary to have a great passing game. But you look at probably the best combo in the game right now in T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Mm-hmm. None of those guys are real powerful dudes. Chase is hard to take down. He's thick in the lower half, but it just looks different. So, no, I think you just change the way that you view the pass game, and I think that it might be refreshing, honestly, too. Yeah. Because I watch MVS, man. He's a skilled receiver. He's a better route runner than DK. DK is just something else. You know what I mean? I'm not knocking DK at all. So it's just going to look different, but you can still have those explosive plays down the field.
Do you look at it as like I like the way Bob Condotta described it when he was on with us, like a very democratic offense where it's like the running backs are going to get involved in the pass game, and obviously this should be like a not run heavy, but like a run focused offense. The tight ends are ideally going to get more involved. Like this is going to be a death by a million cuts type offense, hopefully, rather than one that's headed up by superstars. And to be fair, that's kind of what the Bills were. Remember when last year it was like one of the stats everyone was tracking is Josh Allen had like a touchdown pass to like something like almost every Bills target.
Mm-hmm. It would be nice if it were that way. I still think, like I said last week, that JSN deserves the bulk of the targets. You always have to have your go-to guy. But the more you can spread the ball around, the better, right? That influences defenses. If you are checking it down to the running back, teams are more likely to fly to the flats. If you are hitting JSN across the middle, backers are going to add more depth and open up more passing lanes. If you are able to go deep over the top to whoever, whether it be MVS or whoever, you're stretching the safeties deep and creating more space. So, yeah, the more democratic you are with the football, the more everyone eats, and the more everyone stays happy. You know how us receivers can get too, man.
You guys are divas.
We are.
You know? I do you think that MVS would be offended if I just said, like, I just want to fact check something? Like, just so you know, I work with a former wide receiver, so I feel like I'm allowed to say this. But, like, would you be honest about your most diva tendency? What's your most diva tendency?
My most diva tendency?
Yeah, where you're like, this is a wide receiver in me. Like, I do get a bit diva-ish about this. Besides your shower bench.
Shower bench. I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to tell me because I don't
Curtis, can you think of anything? What's Bump a Diva about? You are very easy to work with, but we'll think of something if it's the last thing I do.
Something.
There's got to be something out there.
Yeah.
You're not a diva about like food things or.
I mean, I just don't like seafood. I don't like the smell of seafood.
That's your diva moment.
There you go. Smell of seafood. I don't like it.
All right. Well, we'll ask Marquez Valdes-Scantling, maybe, but probably be better off to ask him about how this offense is looking in his first impressions of Clint Kubiak. He joins us next.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Get lower energy bills, cleaner air, and year-round comfort with AeroSeal duct sealing. Normally $2,500. Now just $99 for PSE customers with each replacement furnace or heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Learn more at homecomfortalliance.com today.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. We are live from Seahawks training camp, brought to you by The Landing in Renton. And right now we're joined by new Seahawks wide receiver Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Marquez, before you joined us, I was throwing to break, and I was like, oh, we'll learn more about Marquez's first impressions of Clint Kubiak. And then the second I put my headphones down, I was like, he already knows Clint, and you know more about Clint than we do. So maybe we should be asking you, like, hey, here are our first impressions. What's he like? I mean, you know him well.
I got to work with Clint last year when I was in New Orleans, so he was a big reason of why I came over to Seattle. You know, I love what he's doing. I played in this type of offense for a majority of my career when I was in Green Bay, so very similar offense. And then as soon as I got to New Orleans, I was kind of able to hit the ground running, and Clint's been nothing but amazing.
So we get lazy and we call you MVS. Does anyone actually call you that?
Yeah, a lot of people call me by my first name, believe it or not. You know, there's no K in it, so it's not Marquez. But a lot of people actually do call me Quez or Marquez. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So trying to get it right, man, because, you know, some people have nicknames and all that good stuff, so we good.
Just making sure.
It's making sure. You know?
Before we throw out an MVS, we have to make sure this, you know, we got to be just comfortable here, fair.
Yeah, people call me Quez all the time.
Yeah.
So.
Wait, so what's it? I've never been an NFL wide receiver, but that's really curious to me. So this is the first time that we've been talking about the kind of offense you're very, very familiar with here in Seattle. So you know infinitely more about it.
Yeah.
What's it like transitioning from one to the other? Like what concepts? As limited as you can be.
I mean, it's a completely different scheme. You know, obviously when I was in Kansas City, we were a lot of 11 personnel, pushing the ball down the field, attacking different zones, and this system is marrying up the run and the pass. And, you know, both systems work really well. I've been a part of some really great offenses in my career. But when you have, you know, a run game that can match your pass game, it just makes it a lot easier to exploit defenses.
You know, a lot of questions I get when I'm out with my boys and stuff, they're like, man, what do you think about Sam Darnold? I go, well, I know what the film says, but I don't know much about him. I'm not in the film room with him, not in the locker room with him. Like, what is he like as a person?
Yeah, so, you know, obviously me and Sam were a part of the same draft class coming in here in 2018. And obviously he was a top pick for a reason. So the talent speaks for itself. And then, you know, having to kind of figure his way out throughout the league, you know, quarterback's one of the hardest positions to be successful at. You know, if you have the wrong system or you have the wrong coaching staff or going to the wrong building, you can never be successful, especially at quarterback. And so he's been able to just be resilient and being able to get through these teams to find a home and showcase his ability.
I was joking with Bump earlier, who's a former wide receiver, about, you know, divas. And maybe your most diva tendency. And we were having a hard time thinking of
someone texted in that said hats, and I probably am a diva
about it. What's your most diva where you're like, look, I will not attach the diva label to wide receivers, but this is a little bit of a diva thing in me that I have?
I don't know, man.
Like a picky thing about something, or I have to have routes a certain way.
I mean, obviously every receiver wants the ball, so I haven't met one receiver in this world that doesn't want the ball. So I guess that would be the most diva thing about every receiver that plays this game. You know, you don't want to run 60 routes and get one target. So I think that would probably be it. You know,
that's been Bump defending the
most dependent position on the field.
Yeah,
we do rely on the linemen, QBs, receivers. He might jack them a space in. Like, we depend on a lot.
Well, and what happens if you know it's someone else's fault? Do you just you can't say anything?
Nah, you just do your job.
Everything has to go right for a receiver to get the ball.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many factors that go into it. You can run the best route of your life and wrong coverage. You know, quarterback got hit, we missed a read, or, you know, DB just played better, or I still got to make the play. So, you know, there's 10 things that have to go right just for me to be successful on one play.
That's why we be tripping. Right there.
It's hard.
Excusing this diva behavior.
Exactly. Were you always a receiver? Because, you know, most receivers think they can throw the football because obviously, you know, we play catch and all that stuff. You play any other positions growing up?
Nah, I was always a receiver. You know, back in my little league days, I played a little bit of defense. But growing up, I was a tight end. You know, my first couple of years playing football, and then started playing receiver when I got to high school. And I was actually a baseball player before I was a football player.
All right.
Yeah.
You still watch baseball pretty regularly?
Yeah, I'm a Rays fan.
Okay, okay. Are you like regular, like eye on the deadline kind of watching, or do you have to kind of step back because you're busy?
I mean, there's so many games in MLB, so I can't sit there and watch every single game.
Who's a player right now that you're like, I love watching that guy? Doesn't have to be a Rays player.
I don't know.
I mean, Aaron Judge is, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, but
I know
those, especially because like they're on the same side as us. So it's like that's
bringing it up to a Rays fan is tough. No, I hate him.
Yeah,
He's the worst. He's the worst.
What do you think about this receiving core, man? You know, last year DK and Locke were here, so the fans are kind of anticipating this new group. And I go out there, it looks like you guys have good chemistry with spacing and timing or whatnot. Like, what are your thoughts?
Obviously, like I said, I've been in this game for 8 years now, and this is a room that is very unique to me, just because everybody does something different. There's not one guy in that room that's similar to another guy. And I think that's what makes, this so unique and special. And obviously Coop has been in this league, 9 years now, I believe. And he's one of those guys that's as smart as Einstein when it comes to football. And I think, obviously, we got Jackson there who's just, coming off of a crazy season last year, doing so many different things, and being able to move him inside and outside is huge. And then myself, being in this league as long as I have, doing what I do, it makes it for a unique system.
What's the transition to, the text line is giving me a really hard time for bringing up Aaron Judge, sorry. What's the transition to Seattle been like? So regardless of the team, regardless of the playbook, just the actual move itself and kind of getting out here at practice?
It sucked, just because I'm a Florida boy, so coming all the way to the furthest part of the United States, it's a long way from home. But the guys have welcomed me in with open arms. I haven't had any issues. I was able to find a place pretty quickly to settle in and move all my stuff over, and then everyone has kind of just welcomed me. So obviously moving from one side of the coast to the other side is always a tough task. But I have family here now, and that's great.
You guys are always the easier group to evaluate when the pads aren't on, right? OTAs and minicamps. It's always hard to evaluate the big boys because obviously they can't get physical. But how do you anticipate? Well, obviously you've been in the game for a while. How does practice change for you now that the pads are going to be on?
Obviously you get a little more competitive, a little more aggressive. Those safeties that said they're going to make these tackles, and we're supposed to be crack blocking them and whatnot. So you get to see that a little bit more. You start doing one-on-ones, and a little more smack talk starts to fly out of DB's mouths and receivers' mouths. I think that's just more so what it is. But no matter if we got helmets on or shoulder pads on, the receivers are going to run all day. So it doesn't really change, on our end of how much we run. It's a little more competitive.
Anyone that you, on the other side, on the defense, start to get kind of a new appreciation for? Maybe even someone you knew before coming here that now that you're here playing opposite, watching them play?
I think being able to watch Spoon has been, obviously this is his third year in the league, and I've watched him from afar. One of my high school teammates, Rayshawn Jenkins, was here last year, and he would always tell me about Spoon. And, so getting to watch him compete, and watch how he, approaches practice every day and how competitive he is, I can appreciate that, especially coming from a receiver to a DB.
I was surprised that first day I went out there and I saw you guys lining up everywhere. I mean, you talk about JSN moving. I saw Cup in the slot outside. I saw you in the slot outside. Is that a testament to how well you guys know the playbook already? The coach is just giving you a bunch of stuff, or is it just pretty basic day one stuff still?
Nah, we got pretty much 90% of our offense already in right now. So early on, and so we're just getting as many reps in and different looks as we can get. And obviously during the season you'll have different game plans for different teams. But for the basis of it, majority of our offense is in right now, and just giving guys the opportunity to move around and see what works and what doesn't.
We ask a question like this to a lot of guys as the season goes on about games that they're used to facing, and it's always a different answer. Some guys don't pay attention at all. They don't care at all. It's just week in, week out. Are you someone that kind of checks the schedule, maybe make plans with friends or look forward to certain games?
Not necessarily. Obviously it's a long season. 17 games is, crazy in itself. So you kind of just look up and be like, who are we playing this week? And know who's guarding me. And that's kind of how I look at it. Obviously there's a couple games that you might circle because there might be a guy on the other side that or it's going to be better than the last guy you face. So you want to put on a good show against that guy. But other than that, no, not really.
I was undrafted, dude. I snuck through the back door. And I love trying to pick out a guy who has a chance to make the squad that no one really knows. Is there a young guy out there that you see that's impressing you right now?
Man, a lot of our young receivers are fighting, man, and just watching them compete, because it reminds me of myself. I was the last pick of the 5th round. Going out to Green Bay with, Devontae Adams and Randall Cobb being the 1 and 2 receivers. So being able to go in and become a starter, after like week 4, my rookie year, it was just kind of that same mindset, and just watching the young receivers just not complain about anything. Like whatever the opportunity gets called, they just get to roll, especially in the wideout room. You know, I haven't seen any of those guys, you know, no matter who gets thrown in there, each one of those guys wants to compete.
What was the moment that maybe it hit you like, oh, not only did I kind of earn this role, but I'm keeping it?
Well, the crazy part, I think, for me was, I think, my first day in Green Bay. I walked into the cafeteria. Randall Cobb, Devontae Adams, Clay Matthews, and Aaron Rodgers were all sitting at a table. And Aaron calls me over by name. And I'm like, there's no way Aaron Rodgers knows my name. I've never would have thought that he knew my name. And he called me over. He probably doesn't even remember this, but it was such a, you know, huge moment for me because he called me over and was like, hey, man, you know, I like what you do. I think you can play. I think you're going to help this team. You know, just go out and be the best version of yourself. And that just stuck with me for like the rest of my career because he has no idea how important that was, you know, as a young guy coming into the league, just with my head spinning, don't even know if these people know who I am. And he called me over by my first name, and that was just like a crazy moment for me.
That's dope.
Have you tried to have those young moments where like, I'm going to just take an extra 2 minutes if this young receiver's having a question or if he wants to work on something?
All the time. I think that's something that, you know, because I had arguably one of the best receivers, Devontae Adams, teaching me the game as a rookie. And, you know, we've had our moments and, you know, good and bad. And, you know, now he's one of my closest friends that we still talk to this day. And so just having a guy like that teach me the game, you know, on and off the field, why not be able to pass that down to someone else? That's
a great way to look at it. Cool story, too. He is new Seahawks wide receiver Marquez Valdes-Scantling, and we were able to learn more about Clint, so thank you. You have to go. You have practice coming up, a very busy day. We're going to stay in segment, but it was really nice getting to know you more and talking to you.
Nice meeting you, man.
Our coverage of Seahawks training camp is brought to you by The Landing in Renton. As a reminder for you guys, the Seattle Seahawks preseason home opener is August 7th, and we want to send one of you in 3 friends to watch the Seahawks take on the Raiders in person. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through today, July 28th. Real mistake on my part asking a Rays fan about Aaron Judge and kind of everything he appreciates about what he's done for the
Tell me how
Yankees.
great Aaron Judge is.
Sometimes you're like asking a question and you don't quite know what you're asking yet. And then if you can sense that that person's like, oh man, I wasn't expecting to have a player. You're like, oh, maybe I'll just bail him out and help him out.
Yeah.
You got to know like how your guest is, like their comfort level.
Yeah.
And that was just the first name I thought of. And I messed it up. I loved his story about Aaron Rodgers.
No, that's cool, man. It's that's big. It's getting validation from, even 10 years ago, you knew Aaron Rodgers was going to be a Hall of Famer, right? And you get that validation. It does something to you, especially a younger receiver. And like you said, like so many things have to go right for receivers to have success. And, you know, when your quarterback recognizes you, that has to give you just a bunch. I remember Matt Hasselbeck did kind of the same thing to me. I was at my locker, and he goes, hey, Bump, hey, come here for a second. I go over there, and he said, Paul Allen really likes you, and he thinks that you're going to be great for this team. I had a good conversation with him. He said a whole bunch of stuff and was showing me love, but all I heard was Paul Allen likes you. I think you're going to be great. And that alone, I'm like, let's get it. I'm going to make this team.
Years and years and years later.
Yep.
I liked him being like, hey, I don't know if Aaron Rodgers even remembers it, but and you don't have to be Aaron Rodgers to be able to take 1 second. Like somewhere out there is a guy who's an undrafted guy and someone who's absolutely going to be a starter on this team, and Marquez is taking 2 seconds to go, hey, that was really good. Like, you know, keep doing that. And you're thinking, like, I'm sure, you know, for you that would have been like, oh, man, that's helpful.
Yeah, it's all about confidence, man. I've seen players who aren't as talented as the next guy have so much confidence in what they're doing, just outperform that guy. And I've seen the talented guy lose confidence quickly. So, no, it's big. And quarterbacks, it's their team. You know, they are the franchise. It's the head coach, and then it's them. So it's important that these quarterbacks show these wideouts some love.
How helpful do you think it is for him to have a ton of familiarity with not just the Kubiak scheme, but like with Clint himself?
Oh, that's love, man. I mean, you're not getting to know his personality. You already know his personality. You're not getting to know his offense. You already know his offense. He said they got 90% of their offense in already. It's crazy to me.
Were you surprised? Is that not a normal percentage to
Well,
be at?
it depends. With a veteran group, it's not surprising, but it's all about like the weakest link. So like the last receiver, the last 2 or 3 receivers can kind of determine how much is going to get put in. So the fact that they understand what's going on already, and that's why I was surprised. That first day, I saw them lining up everywhere. I'm like, this isn't first day kind of stuff. Like, this is like 5th or 6th install. So that's a testament to them. They're good learners, and these coaches must be good teachers.
I was going to say, do you see it as like, hey, I think this is like a pretty smart group who's like really, really like head in the game?
Yeah, it's both. It's these guys understanding football and being receptive to coaching, and then it's the coaches putting it in ways that these guys can understand.
All right. Again, thank you to Seahawks wide receiver Marquez Valdes-Scantling for joining us in person here from Seahawks training camp right now. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bob and Stacy.
Headline number 1, Seahawks running back Kenny McIntosh had to be helped off the field during Saturday's practice and is feared to have a torn ACL. What's the real headline?
Seahawks now taking applications for star of the preseason.
Yeah, that's rough, man. You knew Kenny McIntosh was going to get a bunch of carries. Him, Damian Martinez, Alani as well. It's unfortunate, but this is football. It's not a matter of if you get injured, it's when you get injured. You just hope that it's not as severe as this thing right here. But it's all about recovery now, man. And the thing with injuries, too, man, you can go into a dark place, man, because you want to be out there. And the way that the facility's set up here, too, is once you start your rehab, the training room, it's looking at the practice field. I remember doing rehab for my foot and looking at the practice field like, man, I just want to be out there so bad. So it's about the mental game now for Kenny McIntosh. You got to stay as positive as you can. For the other guys, there's some opportunity for you.
And breaking, Curtis already mentioned that officially to IR. Just kidding. Just saw that tweet.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, this one from ESPN's Jeff Passan. Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase, who was expected to be a big trade deadline target for a lot of teams, has been placed on non-disciplinary paid leave as part of Major League Baseball's sports betting investigation. What's the real headline?
Hope the Mariners weren't betting on him being available via trade.
I'm sure they were looking at him.
I'm sure they were very interested.
But no, this is unfortunate. Guys just have to know better. Who knows what comes of this? You know, maybe there's a way to where he clears his name and he's good to go. But you just got to stay away from it. And when I was in the NFL, and that was years ago, I mean, they made it clear. You can't even be in a fantasy football league where you're getting paid money. So you just got to listen to what the authorities say and stay away from it. So hopefully you learn from this.
Do you guys think that this is just something where, hey, there have always been people, A, breaking the rules, B, people who gamble, and that's just going to be something that the majority of players do not do? Or is this something that's becoming a rising issue?
It's always been going down, for sure. And I think that with the access to all these other betting apps or whatever, it's going to be on the rise. So you just got to be smart about what you're doing, man. And hopefully some young guy is looking at this situation go down and says, you know what, I'm going to put that app away and I'm not going to use it.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, Aaron Judge was placed on the injured list with a right flexor strain and will not resume throwing for at least another 2 weeks. What's the real headline?
Emmanuel Clase's gotta like Cal Raleigh's odds to win AL MVP.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you. He's the betting favorite right now, which I didn't think would actually happen, but that's really on DraftKings.
Cal is? Really? Because of that injury, huh? No, Aaron Judge, that's unfortunate. I feel your pain, dog. My UCL is all jacked up from throwing footballs, you know. So I can't take you up on the bet that I could throw a baseball to the upper deck.
That's why. But you were prior to that.
At the time, I was ready to go, but now the elbows all jacked up. You know, I'm tapping out.
Okay,
but,
I just think it's funny how it's something you were very confident about.
I was like 37 at that time. I'm 39 now. You know, things have changed. But it's unfortunate for Aaron Judge. It sounds like he's just going to DH. There were rumors of him possibly playing first base. Boone came out and just killed all that noise. He did play first base when he was in high school. No, this helps Cal's campaign. So Unfortunate for him, good for Cal.
Would you bet on me being able to throw a baseball into the second deck?
Heck no.
Why? What if I'm right on the third baseline?
No,
Or what if I get to go right up
Stacy,
against
no.
where the kind of like the main little track is?
The
Like,
warning
what if
track,
not the warning track, but like
the baseline.
right by the dugout.
Yeah, the warning track.
Yeah, like if I got to throw it from there. What if I got 10 chances and only one had to land on the second level?
You know,
I think I'd only need 3 chances.
You're squarely in the 100.
I need 1 warm-up, maybe 2 warm-ups, and then I think I've got it.
I imagine you throwing a baseball kind of like the kid from the Sandlot when he first started to throw the baseball.
That's really rude.
But he got better. So you'll start there.
Yeah.
But then you'll get better.
By my third throw.
By your third throw.
I'm frankly disturbed and perturbed by the lack of faith that you guys have in me. Because I think that's, if I'm remembering the stadium right, I know that.
Stacy, this is deep.
Yeah, the second deck is not. The second deck is not shallow. It's not short. It's.
I mean, where am I throwing? How far do I have to throw a baseball is the question.
That's an easy, like 200 feet.
Yeah, that's like from shallow center field to home plate. On the fly.
Okay, it's
you
a little
can't
further
bounce
than
it
I
up
remember.
there.
It's a little further than I remember it being. My memory is a little bit slightly different. Okay, I could clear 20 rows.
I'll give you 20.
20, maybe between 5 and 20 rows.
Between 5 and 20.
In the first section, I think I could clear. Wow, in my memory, it really was quite a bit closer.
Yeah, I bet. I don't know what you were thinking.
I don't know. I still believe in myself. You know what? Ichiro talked about just focusing on what you can control and preparing and believing in yourself. And, much like people thought Ichiro was too slight, and they think my arm just isn't there. It's there. I have 2 of them, and I'm ready to use them to get that baseball to the second deck.
You throw righty or lefty?
Righty.
Okay. We can work with you. I'll say if you're a lefty, I was going to sing you to Curtis.
Curtis's silence speaks volumes.
I mean, I'll
noted.
audibly say I don't think you can do it.
That's fine.
It's tough, man. Throwing a baseball isn't easy. And these guys make it look easy, but nah, it's tough.
I just want to see another move, and I would ideally like another move to happen in the next 20 minutes.
That'd be nice. I
Just
prefer
be able
that.
to talk about just what's going to happen here. I mean, we took a listen to Jerry Capoto's interview on Sirius XM Radio's MLB's front office. Presumably wants to be really aggressive.
He said they ain't done. The plan is not to be done.
Yeah, well, that's what he said.
Yeah, that's not the plan.
Not the plan.
Yeah, to be done. So we'll see what they do. I didn't think that they were going to be able to get Gino and Naylor. If they are to pull that off, we shall see. Someone texted in earlier that the Yankees got McMahon, I believe, from the Rockies. I think he plays for. So they could be set at third base. So maybe they're out the game. Who knows? So if they were to pull off a Gino trade, I would shut my mouth for a week and say nothing negative about the powers that be.
Curtis, are there like key starters who could be available? Because I feel like we focus so much on bats and even like maybe high leverage bullpen guys that we just kind of glossed over entirely.
Well, one of the starters that was rumored to be on the move just signed an extension with Kansas City. That's Seth Lugo. It feels like Minnesota's Joe Ryan might be maybe the biggest one on the move. Charlie Morton with the Orioles, he's looked a lot better as of late after a really rough start to the season. Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen out of Arizona. Those are 2 names to watch for sure. I think, what is it? Who am I blanking on? There's somebody else I'm blanking on here. The text line will help me out, but it's not like ace of aces that could be on the move, but definitely guys that the
Like a
Mariners
number 5
have.
guy.
Yeah, definitely the guys that the Mariners can easily afford for sure.
Is there a world where they could add a bat and also a starter? That's an incredibly aggressive.
I wouldn't say no to that. I would love that.
I wouldn't be upset with it. Giving up quite a bit for it, but coming up next, the latest on Aaron Rodgers from Steelers camp, and plus, who thought announcing your team released you could actually be kind of funny? That's next.
Now batting for the Mariners, first baseman Josh Naylor.
The first contender to make the big move that says, We're all in.
Well, look at the Mariners striking first. How about that?
They did exactly what they needed to do at the deadline.
They do it without giving up a top 10 prospect.
It just kind of felt like, yeah, this is the right fit.
You're now looking at a 1 through 6 in your lineup that's deep. It's legitimate.
We're all over baseball's trade deadline on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7. 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
The 2025 Seahawks season is almost here. Get fitted for game days with jerseys, caps, and tees, including the 2025 training camp collection. Visit the Seahawks Pro Shop at the Landing in Renton and Lumen Field or online at seahawks.com/pro shop.
Recovery doesn't have to be boring, and this event proves it. Come on out and salute sobriety at the 5th Annual Recovery Fun Fest and Laser Show at Seward Park Amphitheater Saturday, August 9th. From noon till dark, there's going to be nonstop fun and events. They'll be giving away a free electric car at the end of the night, and there's even a recovery concert, lip sync battle, and laser show. So get there early. Catch a movie on the giant screen in the park to end the night. The fun starts at noon with free hamburgers and hot dogs at the barbecue shelters. Be a kid again and join in on the amateur drop-in kickball, softball, and dodgeball games. Recovery Fun Fest kicks off at noon with 12-step meetings at noon and 4 p.m. at the amphitheater, all leading up to the National Speakers Meeting under the Big Top Tent, featuring the truly hilarious Carl M. from California. Celebrate the 5th Annual Recovery Fun Fest at the Seward Park Amphitheater August 9th. For more info, go to recoveryfunfest.com. That's recoveryfunfest.com.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots and not getting the long-term results you really want? This is Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our program has helped over 4,000 people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Visit eastsideweightlossclinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Did he just say Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is half the cost and works twice as fast as weight loss injections? Well, if that's not reason enough, you don't risk the scary side effects or gaining the weight back as soon as you stop. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is natural, And it works.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are live from Virginia Mason Athletic Center where the Seahawks are set to kick off practice in about 30 minutes. Already a ton of fans out. It's a beautiful day. A little bit of scene setting here. Coming up in about 30, we're going to be joined by NFL Network's Manti to talk about the Seahawks' important offseason acquisitions, take a look around the rest of the NFC West. Keep in mind, last year Manti correctly predicted the 49ers would fall off, so he's got a pretty good temperature check on this division. Let's see what he thinks about Seattle and the others. Right now, though, taking a look around the NFL, we are going to start with Aaron Rodgers, naturally leading off NFL headlines. Cut 16, Rodgers' response to Terry Bradshaw's offseason shots at him.
Terry, like a lot of people, doesn't know me, and so he's got an idea of what he thinks about me based on what I've done, the documentary, what I've said, Darkness Retreat, whatever the hell you want to talk about. I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level. And I feel like if he gave me a chance to get to know him, then we'd have a good friendship, because for me, I have nothing but the utmost amount of respect and deference for what the greats have done, because they laid the foundation for us to be able to play in this great game, to be paid like kings, and to carry on the tradition of excellence that guys like the Bradshaws of the world in the 70s and Bart Starr in the 60s and Lombardi and Joe Montana and Steve Young and Troy Aikman and Brett Favre and all the greats that have been over, Tom Brady. You know, we're standing on the backs of those guys, and it's because of how they played and how they carried themselves that we're able to have this opportunity to still play this great game, to get paid really well, to set ourselves up for our future. So I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level if he's open to it, and maybe we can go chew some bark or whatever the hell he's talking about together.
If you needed a reminder for the chew on bark line, this was in an interview with 103.7 The Buzz in Arkansas. Bradshaw was asked about the Steelers' interest in Rodgers and called it a joke. He said, "What are you going to do, bring him over here for 1 year? Are you kidding me? That guy needs to stay in California, go somewhere and chew on bark or whisper to the gods out there."
Terry Bradshaw sounded like he was on Get Off of My Lawn. And Aaron Rodgers had a classy response. He said, he doesn't really know me. I want him. He should get to know me. And that's the only way you respond to that. You are a Steeler now. Terry Bradshaw is the most decorated Steeler quarterback of all time. You are joining his franchise, so to speak. You have to come correct. So, no, I appreciate Aaron Rodgers for doing it this way. It could have been a lot worse. And Terry Bradshaw, accept it. He's your guy now. And if he wins you a playoff game or two, you might recant what you said.
I also, I agree with you. I think it was kind of a classy response from Aaron to be like, yeah, he's one of the greatest ever to do it. He can, come get to know me. I'd invite that relationship. These are all great Hall of Famers that we all look up to. Like, it was, I actually thought, I don't know if Aaron Rodgers got someone different with his PR team or what's going on, but I think he's been doing some good work so far this offseason. I also cannot blame Terry for saying that because, Bump, I'm going to be very honest. I think a lot of people around the NFL, whether they're former players, whether they're just fans, we're looking at the Steelers getting Rodgers going, okay, is that supposed to scare me? Because even though we can recognize the 4-time MVP is one of the best quarterbacks we've seen, a lot of people have doubts that he can be that guy.
Yeah, they do. And the doubts are legit. I understand that. But that was your best option. You didn't want to bring Russell Wilson back into the situation. Sam Darnold was already gone. this was best case scenario. So, yeah, I understand why people are like, why would you want a 42-year-old as your franchise quarterback for a year or two? But he's there now. And I think this team will be better off with Aaron Rodgers than without him.
Bump, get ready to talk wide receiver contracts. Terry McLaurin's looking for the latest. He's reported to Commanders camp, but is holding in. ESPN's Adam Schefter in Cut 20 says McLaurin is looking to surpass DK Metcalf's deal with the Steelers.
DK Metcalf was the same draft class as Terry McLaurin. He got about $33 million a year. I wouldn't think that Terry is willing to take less than that, and I think he wants considerably more than that. Now, what it comes in at, we'll wind up seeing. Washington, they're not there right now, and they love and value Terry McLaurin, but they love and value him at a different price. So these two sides right now seem apart on the deal. Like, they don't seem close today. And I don't know how they're going to get that resolved and figured out, but these things usually find a way of working themselves out over time. But as of today, I don't get the sense that anything's close.
If anyone needed a reminder, only 3 wide receivers are getting more in terms of average annual value from their contracts than DK Metcalf. In reverse order, starting at 3, CeeDee Lamb at 34, Justin Jefferson at 35, and now Jamar Chase with 40.2.
Scary Terry has been one of the more consistent receivers in the game. 4 or 5 straight seasons over 1,000 yards, 13 quarterbacks. He finally has his guy. You should pay him. He's been more consistent than DK Metcalf. I mean, DK has, 2 1,000-yard seasons, I believe. We understand the deep threat that he is and who DK is. I'm not knocking him at all, but you got to look at what the numbers say. And the numbers say Terry's one of the most consistent wide receivers in the game. So if you have the means, you pay him.
I also feel, I hate saying I feel bad for Terry McLaurin. I don't, but you pointed it out earlier. I forget the number you had, but he's played with so many bad quarterbacks.
13 different quarterbacks.
That's insane. Yeah. And through those 13 quarterbacks, it's like a Mike Evans situation. It's like you continue to produce. Yep. Imagine you now with another year of Jaden Daniels. Jaden knows you more. He's developing as a quarterback. You guys have really tried to invest in your offensive line and build up those pieces around him. In theory, this could be one of his best years. So it's such a bummer that people are naturally making, he's getting another year older, and it's like, hang on a minute, this might be the more stable team he's been part of.
He's 30 years of age. He's got at least 3 to 4 more good seasons in him, and I'm sure Jaden Daniels will want him around.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to go in opposite order here. I'm going to go back to the Steelers for this next one. The Steelers have released kick returner Cordero Patterson. Patterson had, I thought, a great reaction to it on Twitter. Bump. He tweeted, "Breaking news, Pittsburgh Steelers release old washed-up Cordero Patterson on his day off." Your day off.
You got fired on your day off. If anybody has watched the movie Friday, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But he's a veteran, and he knows how this game goes. I'm sure every year for the next however many years he's in the league, he understands that his job is on the line. You just reach a certain age, and, they start looking younger. But he'd be a great returner. Whoever grabs him is going to be all right.
Jerry Jones is still taking shots at Micah Parsons. Interesting approach for a team owner. This is while Parsons is holding in contract talks between Dallas and one of their best players, maybe their best player outside of CeeDee Lamb, continuing right now. Cut 17. Here's what Jerry Jones said.
Micah, first of all, does want to get paid. He's getting paid. He gets about 20-something million right now. And that's pretty easy, 20 million standing there watching practice out there at the same time we're going on. But seriously, I don't have a lot to say about it. This is pretty commonplace.
Just real quick before we move on, you said he's getting paid for standing there watching. Is it disappointing to you that he's not practicing?
Not really, because I don't want him to get hurt. And he plays a contact, what you call a motion contact position. We'll see where this goes, but this is commonplace. It's commonplace around the NFL. It's commonplace here.
Bump. Maybe it's because of that kind of long standout that they had, whether it's with Dak, all the questions, whether it's with CeeDee Lamb, and we were all like, are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? I just kind of feel like they will with Micah Parsons.
There's no way you're not doing it.
You get right? What kind of
there's
game
no
are
way.
we playing?
He's the best defensive player in the game right now, arguably. You can go, top 3 to be generous. Mm-hmm. It's going to get done. I just don't know why they wait so long, or at least the Cowboys wait so long with this situation. You end up just paying more anyway. You're going to make him the highest paid non-quarterback anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure what's going on there, but he has his methods and his reasoning. I just don't get it.
It is funny that you mentioned that. It's like the Cowboys wait so long to do this, and then they end up making whoever it is the top paid guy, whether it's Dak. CeeDee was since surpassed by Jamar, but at one point had the biggest deal.
Yeah.
It's like they just get it done anyways.
Yep.
Someone texted in. I hope you don't mind me reading it, but I think you're going to have a good response. They said, Bump, has there ever been a player you didn't say pay him about?
Probably not, because the ones we talk about are the ones that should be getting paid. I'm not going to talk about a second-year guy who's on a league minimum who's trying to get paid. No, the ones we talk about are like the top 5% players in the league who deserve to get paid. So, no, if we're talking about them and the numbers line up, most likely I'm going to say pay him because they have done a service for these billion-dollar owners.
I always go back to that point you made, too, about it's what that player means to your team. If you cannot be a good team, if you cannot function as a team without that player or if he's that integral to your success, who cares if he wouldn't mean something to someone else? Who cares if another team wouldn't pay him that much? That's who you need.
Yeah, that's your person.
Yeah. So take care of it, Cowboys, and we kind of know that you will. Manti joining us at 1. Coming up next, what's the single most important offseason addition for each of the 4 teams in the NFC West? Don't go anywhere.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at 4 tickets to see the Seahawks host the Raiders August 7th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 23rd through 28th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. Only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
NFL Network's Manti joining us in 15. Before we get to that, the single most important offseason addition for every NFC West team. I think that the 49ers is going to be a surprise, a bit of a twist on this one, but we're going to start, Bump, fortunately or unfortunately, with the Rams. Wide receiver Davante Adams signed a 2-year, $46 million deal with this team. You guys have talked with, whether it's J.B. Long, other members of the Rams who just, national writers who say, look, Davante Adams is like, that was a huge hit to every other NFC West team. Just how important is that addition going to be for Sean McVay's offense?
Oh, he's still a baller in this league, man. I know you look at his age and you might think he's slowed down. I'm sure he has. You watch film, he's not the same, but he has to be a number 2. Doesn't have to be a number 1. You got young Puka Nacua over there. You got a good tight end room as well. Yeah, it's going to be fits. Could you imagine, like, when everyone's healthy in this division, you got Marvin Harrison Jr., who's on the rise.
Yeah.
You got Devontae over there. You got Puka over there. Seahawks, obviously, you have JSN. Who I'm missing? With the 49ers, when healthy, you have Brandon Ayuk. You have Jawan Jennings, who ain't no slump, and Pearsall. I mean, it's going to be tough already for everyone, but now you add what I think is the best red zone receiver in the game, and the way that McVay moves his players around and gets them open, that's going to be a tough one.
And you have 3 very similar offenses as well, so you're just watching it continue to grow and evolve. I think another important thing to throw in about Adam similar additions, and I don't think that's the case. And I don't even think that the Rams necessarily, we're going to go with Davante and not Cooper. It was, we're moving on from Cooper, who's dealt with injuries, and we have so much money that we would pay him. And instead, we're going to bring in Adams, who had more yards and has been a little healthier.
Yeah, and with Adams, too, it's an upgrade. You know, he doesn't have the injury history that Cooper Kupp has, even though I think when he is healthy, he's still a top 15 receiver in the game. And he's not going to be asked to be the number 1. Puka is going to be the number 1. You let the young guys, it's like when you play basketball at like a 24-hour fitness or something, and you let the young guys bring the ball up the court. They do all the running, right? You push the tempo, bring the ball up the court. Us old guys, we in the paint, or we're on the wing somewhere. You just give me the ball when you're ready. I'm going to shoot this J. That's kind of like what it is with Puka. Granted, you know that Adams is going to be running all across the yard. But, yeah, he does all the heavy lifting, and Adams can still give you 1,006.
The next one I thought was a bit of a twist, but I think it's also true for the 49ers. They did add to their defensive line, and that was hugely important. They, have made other additions, but I wrote a healthy Christian McCaffrey, who's a new dad Christian McCaffrey. But back in June, he was interviewed by ESPN and talked about how last year was just such a disappointment for him, ended up appearing in 4 games, suffered myriad injuries, including obviously like an Achilles issue, all kinds of stuff that just did. He was the offensive player of the year. Like we had seen one of the best years we'd ever seen from a running back when he entered that season, and now he's not dealing with those injuries. And I don't think there's a better addition this team could have made. I know sometimes we tease teams that are like, oh, this guy coming back, but I think that's actually true here.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's reaching that age where running backs slowly start to fade away. Typically, they start to fade away. 8 years in the game already. He's 28 years of age. This is what happens, man, and it's a physical sport. But if he is healthy and he's able to play in the majority of those games, maybe 15 out of 17 games, and be a threat coming out the backfield, receiving the football, running the rock as well, that makes that offense just that much more potent. But he's a big part of that. If Christian McCaffrey can't stay healthy for 14 and 15 games, then I don't think the Niners do anything close to what they want to do.
Going to the Seahawks, Bump, I think that someone like Gray Zabel, I know he's a rookie who's unproven, but he's so immensely talented, playing at an area that they badly need to improve. I thought about putting Gray Zabel. Obviously, they added DeMarcus. They added Cooper Kupp. They have all these additions, but there's no other position as important as a quarterback in perhaps all of sports, so it has to be Sam Darnold.
Yeah, it's got to be Sam. I mean, when you lose your quarterback, you're in a transition, and thankfully the Seahawks were able to go out there and, in my opinion, get the best available quarterback. But we know you go as your quarterback goes. Even if your quarterback doesn't put up the crazy numbers that we see some of these elite quarterbacks put up, you still need him to manage the football game. You need him to be a leader. You need him to be just efficient with the rock, understand the offense. It's big, even if it's a smaller role. People knock Jalen Hurts all the time because of the team around him, but you can't just say you put any quarterback in that situation, that team has success. The chances of them having success are huge because of, obviously, all the talent that they have. But no, it's a quarterback-driven league. It'll be that way until we are no longer here.
Well, and I think that, too, you can simultaneously think, oh, my expectations of Sam are that he does just enough, and also have that be enough for the Seahawks to take a step forward. Because if you do improve that offensive line, if you do improve your run game, if Ken Walker is able to stay healthy, if Zach Charbonnet continues to improve in what he's doing, like, you're talking about a very, very different team. An offensive line that's average would be a significantly improved team.
Yeah, I mean, you look at all the rankings and lists and stuff that happens during the offseason. This offensive line has never been considered higher than maybe 25 at the list that I've seen, and for good reason. There's been a lot of shuffling going on in that offensive line. Abe has been banged up, inconsistency in the middle, and then you have a rookie trying to come here and not save the day, but take this team to a different level. I talk about your team goes as your offense goes, or your quarterback goes. Your offense goes as your offensive line goes. And it's going to be big for these guys to take the next step.
I know that the Arizona Cardinals are a question mark for so many people pretty much every single year, but this was one of the biggest signings of the offseason. I put adding Josh Sweat to that defense as their most impactful offseason move. Now, maybe it ends up being like Kyler's growth or chemistry with Marvin Harrison or I don't know, Gannon continuing to evolve as a head coach or whatever it is. Sweat was, I think, one of the biggest names. And he was massive for a Philly team that the only reason that he's not there is they just have so much talent.
Yeah, and the Achilles heel for the Cardinals was that defense.
Yeah.
That's why you see the approach that they took during the NFL draft. Heavy defense. 6 out of their 7 draft picks were on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, they got some weapons, man. Arguably one of the best tight ends in the game, McBride. You got Marvin Harrison over there as well. And forget what you think about Kyler Murray as a person, right? There's no denying his talent. All right, he needs to work on leadership and body language and all that stuff, which, hopefully this offseason he's reflected and he's going to do that. But he's talented, and we've seen him put up some games, especially against the Seahawks, too. He's put up some games. No, this division is wide open, I think. I think the Rams should be the favorite. I really believe that. But I think that when you look at all the other teams, there's a lot of if, right? Here in Seattle, if this defense plays well, we think you have a chance because I at least believe in the offense. When you go to the Cardinals, we know offensively they'll put up points. Or did their additions on defense, is that going to help them? And then with the 49ers, you're like, just stay healthy, or get healthy if you're talking about Brandon Ayuk as well. So, yeah, the Rams are at the top of this thing, but there's a lot of ifs. And if ifs happen, you never know.
Let's ask a really great football mind to take us through the rest of the NFC West and look at Sam Darnold's addition to Seattle. NFL Network's Manti joins us next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, like, if I could get an interception, man.
How many did you have in your career?
3.
How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands.
Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
John here with Happy Hauler. Furniture and household items you plan to throw away? We work with organizations all over Western Washington to donate used items. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Dave Wyman joined by Dr. Daniel Landis from Swedish Cyberknife. Dr. Landis, when treating prostate cancer, what can patients expect during Cyberknife treatment?
So the Cyberknife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym, but don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to GNC.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Colorado head coach Deion Sanders announced today he was diagnosed with a cancerous bladder tumor, but had it removed and is now, quote, cancer-free. It was his first press conference back in Boulder. Elsewhere in MLB, this one breaking earlier this morning from ESPN, Cleveland Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase has been placed on non-disciplinary paid leave as part of Major League Baseball's sports betting investigation.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. NFL Network's Manti Te'o joining us right now. You can see Manti on Good Morning Football Monday through Friday at 5 a.m. Pacific on NFL Network, and, of course, Good Morning Football Overtime at 7 a.m. Pacific on the Roku channel. Manti, how's it going?
Good. Early mornings. You just told the times of our show, and, we're up early in the morning, so it's good. It's good. Thank you for having me.
It's an early start for football. It's never too early, really. It's how you should start your day all the time. And we're happy to be able to see you there breaking it down for us. We're going to start, Manti, with obviously a look at the Seahawks. We're here in Seattle, but we want to take a look around the rest of the NFC West, the rest of the NFL as well. So we'll start small and then take a broader look. It feels like the biggest story here at Seahawks camp is obviously going to be Sam Darnold. That being said, it's not like this guy where you traded and, you got like a number 1 pick coming in or anything. I think that the expectations are so varied with Sam. What are your own expectations of Sam Darnold? Do you see him being able to replicate what he did in Minnesota, or is it a slightly different bar?
I think it's a slightly different bar, given the fact that it's a different system. Coach Kubiak wants to run the ball. It's a different mentality than Coach Kevin O'Connell over there in Minnesota. Different players. So I'm actually anxious to see how he fits in that system and how he's able to adapt a little bit. Obviously, there's going to be some more dependency on guys like Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet because they like to run the football. But when you have somebody like Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp there, you know that there's going to be a sample of play action and balls that are specifically meant for the receiver. So it's definitely something that we have to watch throughout the season.
Manti, the duo here in Seattle when it comes to our linebackers crew, you got Ernest Jones, you have Tyrese Knight, the sophomore coming in. Ernest Jones, I felt was disrespected a little bit. Was he number 30 or something when it comes to top-ranked linebackers? Just your thoughts on that group and what do you see and what do you expect from those two?
Well, Ernest Jones is a guy that I thought really made a name for himself a few years ago. He's a dependent linebacker. When I say dependent, you can depend on him to make all the checks. He's smart. He's cerebral. He can run sideline to sideline. He's a very physical linebacker. And that's everything you want in a linebacker. I just had my top 10 linebackers that I like to watch going into this year, and I had Bobby Wagner as my number 1, and I bring Bobby up because when you think of Seattle Seahawks defense, you think of, the Legion of Boom, and you think of Bobby Wagner. And Bobby Wagner has set that precedence for excellence at the middle linebacker position. And I think somebody like Ernest Jones carries on that tradition for the Seattle Seahawks, and it's also a benefit that you have a fellow Domer and Julian Love at safety that can help with the communication there. So I think that duo and that tandem really work well together.
Hey, Manti, from the perspective of a defensive player, what's it like watching Mike Macdonald's defenses? You could also obviously lean on his time with Baltimore, but like, what stands out to you about him?
Defense, I'm just looking at just how smart they are. I think you look at Leonard Williams in the middle. I always say this: the number one, the highest paid guys are the outside guys, the corners and the DN, but the strength of your defense is in the middle. So it's your D tackles, it's your Mike linebacker, it's your safety. Everything starts and ends with Leonard Williams. He had one of his best years last year. And Big Cat is somebody who I like to watch play football. He's very physical. He's very smart. And it's kind of like reciprocated at all three levels. Now you have Ernest Jones, who I just talked about, and you have Julian Love. Yet you have guys at the corner position like Rick Woolen and Devin Witherspoon, like, who are very physical, reminds you of the old Legion of Boom. So I think they're kind of reminiscent of the old Seattle Seahawks defense, but have a little bit of I think they're kind of their own mold as well. But if you think about Seattle Seahawks defense, you think of a defense that's very simple, but they're very physical, and I think that's what you look at in the defense leading into 2025 for Seattle.
Hey, before we brought you on, we were talking about how you called kind of the fall of the Niners last year. You were the first one to kind of say, I remember you saying, like, man, it just didn't feel the same over there. You know, like the juice was different. How do you feel about them this year? And how do you think the Seahawks stack up to, the Rams, the Niners, and the Cardinals in this division?
Well, I think, first and foremost, as a broadcaster and an analyst, I look at things from a different perspective, from a different lens. When you play the game for so long, just a certain feel, a certain look that you can just hold on to and grab onto. When I think about the San Francisco 49ers, with all of their departures, with Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, with Debo going, with Brandon Ayuk being off and on, there's definitely some identity that is yet to be made yet for the new team. I think it's a whole new mold. So I'm anxious to see how that looks like, how that plays out into this year. But listen, you still have George Kittle there. He's one of those foundational pieces. You still have Trent there. You have Christian McCaffrey. Brock Purdy seems to be coming into his own. But defensively, there are going to be some guys that we're gonna find out about quickly. But when I look at the NFC West, I look at the LA Rams and what Sean McVay has been able to do with a young defense. And then one of the best signings in this offseason was Devontae Adams to LA. And I think that complement between him and Puka Nacua is similar to what the Bengals have with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. They're two different receivers that complement each other very, very well. And so that's something that I think as the NFC West, for all teams, they're going to have to look at. And talking about the Cardinals, they're always a team that starts off hot, and so you want to be able to maintain that level of intensity and production throughout the year. And if they can do that, they'll have a good year as well. And then, last but not least, the Seattle Seahawks. I think if Kenneth Walker, if Coach Kubiak can really lean in on him, I'm a real big fan of Kenneth Walker. He's somebody that runs the ball the way that the old school running backs run it, has great contact balance, has a good burst in his run game. And so if they can really lean on him and he can come into his own like how he did on his rookie year, I think things will look really well for the Seattle Seahawks.
Let's look at the rest of the NFC and talk about some teams heading in opposite directions. Seattle was on the outside looking in last year. The hope is obviously that they can make it into the playoffs this year. Plenty of questions around their team. Manti, if you were to look at some of the best teams in the NFC last year, whether the playoff teams, the NFC championship teams, whatever, is there a team that you're fading a little bit where they're going to have just a tougher path back this year? And on the other side of things, is there an NFC team that you go, you know what, I'm feeling pretty good about these guys. I'm curious to see what they do.
Well, I'm feeling really good about and I'm sorry, guys, I know this is the Seattle Seahawks radio show. I'm feeling really good about the Rams. I think I said it before. Devontae Adams signing is such a big sign. Now, there's been a lot of questions as to, what's the difference between Devontae Adams and Cooper Kupp. Well, the big difference is Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, they play the same position. So now that you have somebody like Devontae Adams, who is that X receiver, he is that lone receiver to a certain on the weak side of the formation. Now, what does that do for Matt Stafford? It makes it a lot easier for him to identify coverage. If you have a safety over there that's leaning towards Devontae Adams, which you should have because he's so dangerous, now you know that one of two things. Number one, either Puka Nacua is one-on-one, or the other safety has to go there, and now I can run the ball with Kyron Williams. Not to mention they have Jared Versus, the Defensive Rookie Player of the Year, and you have a very young defense who I thought late into the season started to perform very well. As a matter of fact, if there was a team that gave the Eagles a Super Bowl chance to run, it would have been the Rams in that playoff game. But that's a team that I'm really high on. As far as a team that I'm not so high on, I wouldn't say I'm not so high on any team. But the team that I'm anxiously watching is going to be the Detroit Lions and Dan Campbell, with the two coordinators leaving for other jobs, and seeing what the identity of that team continues to be. We've been accustomed for the past 3-4 years with Ben Johnson and that offense and all those fancy trick plays and just the professor that Ben Johnson is. Now he's with the Bears. How does that impact the Lions? And so I'm not saying that it's a team that I'm lower on. It's just a team that I'm going to be watching closely to see what they've become since the departure of Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson.
Hey, I'm watching kind of the quarterbacks that I grew up watching fade away, right? You got Aaron Rodgers in his last few years. Russell Wilson is still out there. But I want to focus on Aaron Rodgers. Like, what do you expect out of Pittsburgh? Manti, I feel like if there's any place that he would go and kind of just fall in line and do things the way the organization does it, it would be with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But as you know, that division is tough, and he's going to have some challenges. What do you expect out of Aaron Rodgers over there in Pittsburgh?
Well, what's funny is Aaron is going into a place, and we talked about this on the show. We had Willie Colon, who played with the Pittsburgh Steelers back in the day with Ben Roethlisberger, and he talked a lot about the Steeler way. And I think the Steeler way and the Steeler history and their culture is a big it's a big positive impact on Aaron Rodgers. Why? Because Aaron Rodgers doesn't have to be this big figure, this outspoken figure on a team anymore. Like, there's an expectation and a culture that is set already with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And if you look at that defense with T.J. Watt and company, and they're trading for Jalen, and they have Darius Slay there. You have Patrick Queen at the middle linebacker. I think you could say this is the best defense that he's had in a long time. And so, again, the weight of that team and the success of that team isn't solely on his shoulders, which it's been that way for a lot of his career. And I think that bodes well for him, especially when you factor in the fact that Arthur Smith, like Kubiak, wants to run the ball. So, again, in his late age, he's still – I don't care what anybody says. If you watch that man throw the ball, it's still one of the most beautiful spirals and one of the strongest arms in all of football. He can still throw the rock. But now with this scheme, he doesn't have to do too much. And I think that is where he needs to be, and that's where he's gonna find the most success. And so I'm really excited to see him. I'm rooting for him, man. I really want him to do well. I want this younger generation to be able to see the Aaron Rodgers that I grew up watching and accustomed to seeing, all of those Hail Mary throws, all of those beautiful passes that he would throw to all his receivers. I want them to see that in his last year.
I like that earlier in our interview you mentioned that you have the ability to kind of see teams and see the NFL a little bit differently, just obviously having played at such a high level. And so my next question is kind of leaning into that. I know that there are stats and certain numbers that we look at when we're trying to find out if a team is just like this really elite next level team. When you're watching teams, what's something that you're kind of watching for? Is there like hey, they've got it moment? Is there a feeling? Is there a vibe or something a little more indescribable with a team when they've, in your mind, like these are the guys to watch out for?
Well, the it is a combination of a few different factors to me. Number one is the level of execution. Like, you can see, I was just at Chargers camp this past weekend for a back-together weekend with NFL Network, and I told the crew at Good Morning Football, I said, listen, there was something that I saw in walkthrough that kind of describes to the it. I didn't see, number one, there wasn't one redo. That was number one, is what I saw and what I heard. What I heard was a lot of communication by players, whether it be Justin Herbert talking to his O-lineman, his O-lineman pointing out pressure, Derwin James on the defensive side calling out receivers, checks, and all of that, the Mike linebacker doing their thing. You didn't hear too much of the coaching, of the coaches needing to talk, and that's a big thing. Number two was when the offense would come out in her formation. Sometimes on certain teams, the receivers would get their splits wrong, so you would see a receiver move to his left or right just a few inches. There was none of that. And so those are some of the characteristics of the it that I look at when I watch a team, whether it's in practice or it's in a game, like the offsides, like how does the O-line move as one wave, or does everybody kind of come off at different levels? Like the defensive line, does some penetrate and some don't? The linebackers, are they patient? What's their movement like? The safeties and the corners, what's their discipline and their leverage? If you're cover one and you're a corner, are you outside leverage? Do you stay outside leverage? Or do you not? And those are all reflections on, number one, attention to detail, and number two, the standard that the coach has set for that team. And so those are some of the things. I'm not a real statty guy. Like, for me, stats are just a result of the process to me. Stats are a result of the dedication to the details, the grind, and making sure you do everything done the right way. And so stats are just a result of that. So those are the types of things that I look at when I see a team. And when you see a team that you've been accustomed to seeing greatness for so long, and you see just something off a little bit, that's what leads me to say, oh, something's different. Similar to what I said about the Niners last year. Is that, something was just a little off. Yeah. In those games that I saw, that I didn't need to see stats to say that. It was just a little off.
He's NFL Network's Manti. Like we said, check him out Monday through Friday. Good Morning Football. Get up early, 5 a.m. Pacific. Thanks so much, Manti. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Manti.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
The Seattle Seahawks preseason home opener is August 7th, and we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks take on the Raiders in person. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, simply text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through today, July 28th. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down bump, how is old school football making a return to the NFL?
Old school, baby. I love it. Remember when
Yes.
Yeah, Hard Knocks went down, and they followed the lines, and Dan Campbell was almost breaking down in tears. These guys, you guys got to trust me. All I do is think about you guys. And the speech was based off of the practice, because they were padded up and they were tackling or whatnot. His DC goes over to the New York Jets, and he's doing the same thing. Full pads, taking guys to the ground, like a full contact practice. That is old school football. There are regulations now. When I was playing back in 2008, 9, 10, our practices were longer and we're padded up a lot more. You have CBA, NFLPA steps in and says, look, we want to preserve our veterans. Let's chill on the tackling, chill on the padded days, and the amount of time we can be out there, let's slow it down. Aaron Glenn, first day of practice, he has those guys tackling. And I like that. There's a reason why when the season starts, it looks a bit sloppy. Right, and that's just with any sport. Teams got to find their chemistry or whatnot, but the tackling has been an issue for the last several years. At least here we feel like, just because they're not able to really do it, because you want to protect your investments. But I love that Aaron Glenn on the first day, he says, we're going to tackle, and guys are going out to the ground. And big ups to Justin Fields. He was on the field today as well. It looks like that toe is back in place, and he's good to go. But no, that's old school football. That's what I grew up, how I grew up playing, even when I was in the NFL. Now, we didn't tackle a lot, but there were times where homegrown would just be like, let's go get it. Don't touch the quarterback, of course, but let's go get it. So that's old school football, and I like it. He's going to have to calm that down. He's not going to do it every single day. You got to protect your investments, like I said, and there are rules and regulations around it, but I'm just happy that he's setting the tone over there.
I think the older you get, Bump, the more dramatic you should make your stories of being on this squad in the late or like 2008, 9, 10s. Like, I think you should start being like, people died. We buried him on the field. What do you think the berm's made out of? Like, just like it starts getting like, I don't remember this story. Just like start making it really, really dramatic. They would kill you if you didn't make a catch.
The grayer this beard gets, the more dramatic those stories are going to get.
Stories are just going to be coming like, I don't know what I believe you. Second down. Who will make the biggest plays on offense this year?
You know, last year JSN had big plays of 46 yards twice and 25. The year before that, he had a big play of 34 and 32. Cooper Kupp last year had a big play of 37 and 69. But I think the bigger plays in the pass game this year are going to be made by MVS. We're actually going to talk to him at 12. I'm going to tell him that he is going to be the sniper in this whole deal. Snipers, they aren't seen, but their impacts are big, and they will hit you from far away. That's what I see with MVS. Last year, he had receptions of 29 yards, 39, 71, 67. Year before that, 232s, 46, 37. Year before that, 57, 42, and 36. 1 year, he averaged 20 yards per reception. He's going to be the sniper, the big play guy. He's still fast. I went out there and looked at the 30-year-old, and he looks good. He don't move. He don't talk. He don't dress like a 30-year-old. He looks good out there. So, yes, I think that Cooper Kupp might be better when it comes to yards after the catch. I think that's more of his game. His bigger plays, he's got a play of 69 and 75 yards. Those are all yards after the catch. But I'm talking about bombs, throwing that thing deep over the top. I think MVS will and should be the leader when it comes to that.
Third down. What position will you be stalking today during practice?
I'm stalking the 72s.
You're just going to be peeking in from the trees.
The 68s. The 70. I mean, the big boys, man. Pads are on today. And people have been asking me, I mean, I'm at the golf course and people are asking me about the run game, and I go, listen, I can tell you what they're trying to do, but I don't really know what it looks like yet because they don't have pads on. And we're still not going to know for sure until you get into the preseason, but at least now these bigs can get physical, man. I'm sure they've been dying to get physical. I'm sure that these defensive linemen have been dying to get physical too. This is where you really figure out, okay, who can handle it? Is their hand placement going to be okay? What are their feet going to look like? What are the combo blocks going to look like? You get more. I'll get more out of today, out of the bigs, than I've gotten since the last game of the season last year, because they're just not able to do what they're built to do, which is be physical. So you big boys, you 70s, you 60s, you 50s, you 90s, I'm on you today.
Fourth down. Sad news coming out of the Seahawks running back room. Kenny McIntosh went down with a non-contact injury, fears it's an ACL. What does that injury mean for this running back room?
Oh, man, and it's unfortunate for Kenny Mack. I'm a big fan of his. I think that he was really coming into his own, especially late in the season last year. But it means opportunity. And I highlighted that he was the best running back coming out of college during his year when it comes to receiving the football. Damian Martinez has had 32 receptions last year at University of Miami. K9 had 53 receptions last year with the Seahawks. So they should be fine in that department, but it's opportunity. With the Saints, Kamara played 58% of the snaps. Yeah, Williams played 16, and your fullback Prentice played 25%. There were two other running backs that played 9% of the snaps. That's 100 plays. So essentially, somebody just got 100 plays, whether it be Helani, whether it be Charbonnet, who knows? And I assume that they'll probably bring in another running back because you got to fill that void, especially going into preseason. But it's just opportunity, man, and it's so unfortunate. I think I've told this story before. I think the receiver was Anthony Russo. He was out of UW. You might remember him. Actually, he's a little older than you. But Anthony Russo. And he came here, and we're the same receiver. Same size, same speed. Everything was the same.
So you knew immediately.
And then I'm like, I'm competing with this guy. Yeah. Like, it's me or you. And he goes down with a hamstring injury. And it was messed up because I was cool with Anthony, and he was a good dude. But he went down, and my receiver coach pulled me aside, Coach Gilbertson, and was like, listen, you just got more snaps. You got more reps. And that's just the nature of the business. This is the NFL for you. So that's what it means. It just means more opportunity. It's unfortunate for one guy, but it's fortunate for the next guy. Now they just have to take advantage and make the best of it.
Given Ken Walker's injury history and that he's been kind of banged up for this team, especially last year, are we expecting that Zach Charbonnet, it's not necessarily going to get more, but that it could be undrafted guys or rookies? Because I'm a little nervous now about the health of that group. Even though I had Kenny Mack as a bubble player who I didn't even know if he'd make the roster, I did expect him to, like you said, eat up a lot of those carries in the preseason, and I don't necessarily want those going to Charbonnet.
you should be cautious about the running back position every time you watch football.
Yeah.
That's just what it is, man. A good running back is going to touch the football 300 times in a run game, maybe another 40 to 50 times in the pass game. And then you have to pass pro as well, having these big edge rushers and linebackers get after you. So, yeah, always be cautious when it comes to those running backs, man. And keep your fingers crossed. And that's the big thing with K9 is that we haven't really gotten, like, the full doses of K9 since his rookie season because he's been banged up. So, yeah, you should be a big concern.
So eager to see this run game.
Me too.
And again, it's the preseason's such a tease because it's really cool, especially for this preseason game against the Raiders. It's going to be in person here in Seattle. So in theory, you're like, I can't wait to see what this Clint Kubiak offense looks like. I cannot wait to see some of these rookies. And it's just, you get so close without actually getting a taste for it. But do they actually get to roll out like a portion of the playbook? Like, are they going to kind of?
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to show.
It's basic.
Yeah.
You lay the foundation, and then once you go into the regular season, then you start really building a house according to your opponent.
Our coverage of Seahawks training camps brought to you by The Landing in Renton. Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
The Mariners are on tonight. They take on the A's in Sacramento. Pregame starts at 6 p.m. First pitch at 7:05 p.m. right here on Seattle Sports. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. More from training camp coming your way next.
Now batting for the Mariners, first baseman Josh Naylor.
The first contender to make the big move that says, we're all in.
Well, look at the Mariners striking first. How about that?
They did exactly what they needed to do at the deadline.
They do it without giving up a top 10 prospect.
It just kind of felt like, yeah, this is the right fit.
You're now looking at a 1 through 6 in your lineup that's deep. It's legitimate.
We're all over baseball's trade deadline on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
The American Band, the legendary Grand Funk Railroad, is rolling into Muckleshoot Event Center Wednesday, August 6th with special guest Jefferson Starship. Don't miss this night of classic rock that defined a generation. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. Grand Funk Railroad with special guest Jefferson Starship. Only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. And I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, man, come with me. Let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down. It's just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, hey, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Dave Wyman joined by a very special guest, Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer and accepting new patients. Dr. Landis, what could patients expect during CyberKnife treatment?
So the CyberKnife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out. You essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Where are your patients from?
We see patients from all over, patients from out of state, Alaska, Idaho, from all over the world, honestly, since it's such a short treatment.
How can someone get a hold of you?
Yeah, I would encourage patients to reach out to us directly. We'd be happy to schedule a consultation.
Thank you, Dr. Landis and the team at Swedish CyberKnife for the wonderful work they do. And remember, you don't need a physician's referral. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are live from Virginia Mason Athletic Center where the Seahawks are currently underway. Another day of training camp here. We are watching some quarterback drills. We have some limited takeaways so far. We were taking some notes.
I can't tell y'all everything.
We can't tell you guys everything, even though it's an open practice for fans here. We have to be limited. But that being said, we have one group that we were watching in particular, the return specialists.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about that? Is we have to be limited. But the people in the burn can text whatever they want to text and give all the observations they want.
It'd be funny if someone up there was texting us on the text line their observations, and it's like, yeah, 253 said, here's the depth at right guard right now.
I thought they started confiscating phones as of last year, right?
Did they?
No, I see phones.
You do?
I see phones, yeah.
Okay.
I've definitely seen phones for people here on the
on this
patio.
Level. Yeah. Maybe it's for the burn people. They're like, nah.
They are very careful about what you can film, though. The other day, Curtis, when you were out here on Friday, there was a group of teenagers filming the weight room. Because if you're watching the video stream, the weight room's right behind us, but you can't actually go up with your phone and film. And they got in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Those meddling kids.
Those kids. Okay, Bump. In general, I'll give you a very general kind of direction to start here. What you want to see on special teams this year from the Seahawks, because it is kind of the forgotten part of the game. And part of that's the change with the game itself, change with the rules. But it is an area that I'm sure this team would like to take a step forward.
No, I just want to see, or I want to feel like every kick is going to be secured. There were a time last year when the punt was up there, and we just felt like we didn't know if the returner was going to come down with that rock. And as a former returner myself, you can tell when someone is calm and when they're kind of panicking back there. And a couple of times where it felt like they were panicking. So it's just ball security, man. Your main job, as B. Walt would say, I think B. Walt is here actually somewhere. He said, Pete Carroll used to tell him, your job is to get the ball to the offense. Like, even if you don't return it, you don't hit a big one, don't matter. You get the ball to the offense. So that's what I want to see first and foremost. And then just be explosive, be creative, man. Like, punt returning is one of the essence and kickoff, one of the essence of football. Just like when I say, like, running backs, you got the ball in your hand, make everybody miss. Like, that is the name of the game when it comes to football, especially in returning. So I would love just to see ball security and then just some creativity when it comes to running the rock.
How important is that going to be for the guys that are kind of on the bubble of this wide receiver room? It's easily, I think, the most competitive room right now. I would have said running backs, but obviously Kenny McIntosh's injury opens up some opportunities there for younger guys or, you know, walk-ons, undrafted guys. The wide receiver room is someone that people know will not make this team.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, it's tricky because there's only one punt returner and 2 kick returners. So if you are a receiver, obviously you want to be one of those guys or the ones who have the ability to catch the rock and get busy, but you got to get on special teams tackling too. And that's why you see typically more defensive guys kind of sneak on the team because they can play all across the board when it comes to special teams. So yeah, if you are a receiver, you want to start at the returning spot, which isn't easy, but then you got to be able to tackle too, man. I mean, I remember they put me on R2 my first year on kickoff team. That's the second guy from the to the right, closest to the sideline. Like, yeah, go down there and tackle. I ain't tackled nobody in 4 or 5 years since high school. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? But you got to get down there and tackle. And I went down there. I'll never forget. I missed the tackle, but I forced him inside to help. And Bruce DeHaven, rest in peace, was a special team coach. He goes, "Great job, Bumpus." I go, "What do you mean I missed the tackle?" He goes, "You did your job. You forced him inside, and you got your help." So, yeah, make the team on special teams. You have a chance there.
We earlier, a takeaway that has nothing to do with what actually happens on the field. But, Curtis, you're going to like this. A southpaw on this team, another southpaw.
Another southpaw, Arroyo, another southpaw.
Right.
Saw him tossing a rock. I go, "Oh, he's a lefty." Okay.
I love the representation.
Yeah, it matters.
It's important.
It matters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's important that you recognize yourself. Yeah, exactly. You southpaw, you left-handed freaks. Okay, now let's get to the other question I had. We had Brian Nemhauser on Friday, Bump, and I'm going to just ask you the same question from it. But we were talking about the front seven. Oh, Derek Hall looks so great. He's so confident. So I was like, Bump and I talked to him. He's so confident. It's very obvious. Boye Mafe grew so much last year. And he really liked that group, but then also said he could see a world where the Seahawks add to the front seven. Can you?
Yeah, you can always see them adding anywhere, right? Only spot they wouldn't add right now is quarterback because I think you're good in that department. But, yeah, and the great thing about defensive line, too, is that you're not playing every snap. There's a rotation that happens, right? There's that big packages. Maybe you got them backed up and they're bringing in double tight end packages, or maybe they're spread out, and there's just a rotation that goes. I think I would want to say defensive line is the position that rotates the most out of any positions in football. So when you can add some depth right there, yeah, I think you go for it. Is it Trey Henderson? Who knows? I don't think so. But, yeah, depth, especially on that defensive line, is always good.
Let's go to the other side of the trenches and talk offensive line. Fitting, since the offensive linemen are working out literally right in front of us, so we don't have to go far to be able to talk about them. We have eyes on Grace Abel. Grace Abel and Charles Cross, by the way, already have a handshake, which is great. You want that chemistry on a team. It's hugely, hugely important that this group take a step forward. What's your confidence level and just the talent they're working with? Because I think that internally they believe they should be better.
I believe in the talent more this year than last year because of what they're going to be asked to do. I think last year there wasn't real connectivity when it comes to the run and the pass. There was no consistency or flow. I think what I've seen so far without any pads on and talking to MVS, talking to Cooper Kupp, and even Derek Hall is that the run and the pass are connected now. So it seems like there's a better understanding. And when an athlete understands what they're doing, they're more likely to execute at a high level. Now, how great are they going to be? I couldn't tell you that. I still got to go out there and see it. I told you during 4-down territory, I will be stalking the 70s and 60s today.
It's an easy job for you right now. You can do it in the shade.
Right here. Big boys getting it. So, yeah, I believe in them more because I believe in the scheme.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that all works out.
Oh, my God. Can I also ask, I want to figure out, there are so many more guys wearing Guardian caps. Is this something like that they're supposed to be doing, they were told to do? Because I feel like it's taken a massive jump from the guys that were wearing them before.
Yeah, I think it's been...
I must have missed a memo. It's like every single guy has a Guardian cap.
It's been recommended probably.
Okay.
There's some data probably that they showed the guys and said, look, we want to be safe, or maybe they're just encouraged to do it. There are some who don't have it on, but most receivers have it on, and MVS doesn't have one.
I feel like almost every single guy on this field is wearing a Guardian cap.
All the linemen have caps,
exactly.
which makes sense because their collisions are quick, right to the point. I did a study, I think in 4-down territory, that it benefits the big boys more than the smaller guys just because of them going across the middle and then the velocity that's built up before they're hit. But the big guys, because it's so short and quick, boom, it happens quickly and it's on them.
All right, you guys, get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. Again, Bump and I live from Seahawks training camp. Some early takeaways, but we haven't even started most of practice yet. Practice kicked off 39 minutes ago. Get those questions in, 866-979-3776.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, like, if I could get an interception, man.
How many did you have in your career?
3.
How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands.
Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey friends, Stacy here to tell you that Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of their great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles, plus huge discounts in their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell a car? Well, I've got great news. Wayscar Ford's vehicle profit sharing plan is the best deal out there. They purchase your car and pay you up front, but then when they resell your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there are absolutely no games, no gimmicks, and no pressure. And that's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked return policy on absolutely every vehicle they sell. Change your mind for any reason. Bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. If you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key, no-pressure experience, and, of course, a full 5-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee. Go to Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at 4 tickets to see the Seahawks host the Raiders August 7th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 23rd through 28th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7. 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Now is the time. We talk about it year-round, but roofing season really is upon us. It's Mike Salk here. So what makes it roofing season? Long, dry days where roofing crews can work realistically sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over our region, and Riverside Roofing is, of course, leading the charge. Local to Marysville, Riverside Roofing serves the entirety of Western Washington. They do amazing work. They've earned my recommendation, plus industry awards like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, a status fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country actually achieve. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds using Quick Quote directly on riversideroofingllc.com. It'll pop up as soon as you go on their website. During and after your roofing job, you can expect a yard and driveway totally clean of debris. Behind their national accolades is a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values like trust. That's why Riverside Roofing is the local roofing company you can trust. Go to riversideroofingllc.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You can probably hear a practice horn in the background as these guys get ready to switch up some drills here. We are live from Virginia Mason Athletic Center on the shores of Lake Washington. A beautiful day outside. Seahawks undergoing practice right now for training camp.
That was beautiful. On the shores of Lake Washington.
Lake Washington. It was very Masters.
It was.
Very Masters on the shores. Quiet on the green. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. 866-979-3776. What I Need to Know, says our first texter. Bump, I think this one's for you. You're always telling people to get off your lawn, so it must be nice. Joe says, would your lawn get the Wyman seal of approval? That's a high bar.
That
no
is.
dry spots.
No
Gotta
dry
have flower
spots.
beds.
You know who manicures my lawn? Not me. I pay somebody to do that. And I think they do a great job. So I would hope a professional would get the approval of Dave Wyman. But that is a great question. I feel like his yard is probably bigger than mine and has
Probably
more
gorgeous.
stuff going on. You know, mine is pretty simple. We got grass, a couple trees, flowers, and the bush that kind of serves as a fence. I don't know what they're called. But I would hope so. If not, I got to get a new gardener.
I think people get really into gardening. There's like a positive correlation between aging and loving gardening.
Yeah.
I'm convinced of it.
Uh-huh.
Like,
I'm almost there, I feel like.
I swear to God, my stepdad loves gardening, and I don't think he ever did that in his 30s or 40s. I would imagine. I don't know. 866-979-3776. What I need to know. Someone said sign Cordero Patterson. Would you?
Would I? Oh, man. He probably wants veteran league minimum. They have room for him, but I also want to give space for some of these young guys to get an opportunity, you know? Like we've seen some of these young receivers taking some kick returns, but if they got into the regular season or into the preseason and felt like they weren't secure back there, I wouldn't be mad at it. But I first want to see some of these young guys get an opportunity.
Bump, your first day ever of training camp, what stood out aside from the athleticism jump? Facilities, food?
Oh, man. Facilities, yeah, and the fact that they fed us all day. Like, we can eat whenever we want to. I used to take food home. I didn't have nothing in my refrigerator, so I used to take food home. But, yeah, the facilities, too. I mean, Washington State had a decent facility when I was there. It's way better now. But it was a jump, and I was the first team to be in VMAC. So at the time, VMAC was state of the art. Like there was nothing better than this. So yeah, probably the facilities. But yeah, the jump. I remember running down the seam and having a linebacker 2 yards behind me. I go, "Why are you this fast? You're not supposed to be running with me still."
What are you doing here? I feel like that is a common sentiment that you hear about. Just like I don't want to say the money that's in professional sports, but just like how nice it is. Like no matter where you went to college, if you went to Bama, let's say, you're used to like great facilities and a lot of money, but like there is so much money in the NFL. I can't stress enough that like even for me, like I remember doing this is a very different comparison, but just an example of like I can't imagine what it would be like as a player. Just as a random person who was doing some work with them for hosting. It was during COVID, so we needed to be remote, and so they gave me like a $400 pair of headphones.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
Yes,
the Bose.
Yes, and I was like, I used them for one day, and I was like, okay, where do I mail these back? And they were like, oh, just keep them.
Just keep them.
Like we'd have to throw them away or whatever. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
And I was certainly not the only person. Every single broadcast member that was remote had to use them, and I was like, this is insane.
Yeah.
I couldn't wrap my mind around it.
My son has mine now.
866-979-3776. What I need to know, says our next listener. I'm a commissioner of a fantasy football league with all my adult friends. 2 members have their kids in it. The first year, I kept being more kind to the kids. I kept being more kind to the kids being in there. In your opinion, is it okay for me to take the gloves off even if the kids are just in year 2?
Depends on how old they are. Like my 15-year-old is in a league that I'm in, and I go hard.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, you wanna.
You're not doing like, hey, you left this guy on the bench.
Heck no. You wanna run with the big dogs? You gotta be a big dog. I'm not giving you no trades. I'm not helping you out. This is all you, son. Manage.
Curtis, you have a ruling here. How tough would you be if you were in a fantasy league and you're the commissioner where there are kids in it? Like, are you a little nicer on them, or are you like, hey, welcome to the jungle, man? Like,
you got to learn sometime that fantasy that's real life, man.
It's absolutely real life. Trades are real.
Yeah, I'm not going soft on anybody. This one.
I'm for sure. Year 2, yeah, I'm taking advantage of trades for sure. I don't even make big trades, but if there was a 14-year-old in my league, you better believe I'm sending him trash. I'll send him. I'll overwhelm him. I'll send 4 horrible players.
He's gonna bite. Eventually, he'll bite.
Yeah, exactly. You try to convince him. Yeah, they'll do it. Let's see. What I need to know, barring an injury, what would need to happen or not happen in order to bench Sam Darnold in favor of Locke or Milroe?
Injury.
Barring an injury? I don't even know outside of barring an injury.
And unless he comes out the first 5 weeks and has that stretch that Kirk Cousins had with the
like you're not throwing
Falcons.
a touchdown
You're
for 5
throwing
weeks.
6 interceptions.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd have to look something like that.
I think it would have to be incredibly ugly, and I totally get the question, especially since even though Pete Carroll's not here, the league itself always has that always compete kind of philosophy. Of course, like it's anyone's job anytime, but even though the quarterbacks have looked great, we're looking at all 3 right now. I think that this is not only Sam's job to lose, but like you got to mess up quite a bit before they'll hand it off to someone else, because you can't really give it back without affecting that chemistry. You can't be benched as a starting quarterback. As a starter elsewhere, sure, but you can't be benched as a starting quarterback and then have that same confidence when your team's like, oh, it didn't work out with Drew, we're going to send you back out there.
No, if Sam Darnold is benched, which I don't anticipate happening, but if you were benched, that's it for the season. There's no going back. You got to ride it out with whatever you got out there.
Let's see. 866-979-3776. What I need to know. What jingle gets stuck in your head most often?
What's that one that we started the show with? You and I just kept. It's not a jingle, but
Education Connection.
No, it's a sound on IG
song.
right now.
Darling, hold my hand. Oh, it's a Jet 2 holiday.
Yes,
that one.
That is every day.
So many good videos.
Randomly, I just, darling, hold my hand.
Darling, hold my hand. Welcome to a Jet 2 holiday where you and your friends go on a beautiful vacation. They don't say vacation over there. They do say holiday.
Holiday.
It's a really funny viral trend. The thing is from Love Island. You don't have to watch Love Island. The videos themselves are hilarious. It's just like horrible things happening on a vacation. Someone falling over, falling in the water.
If you're on Instagram for 5 minutes, you'll hear it.
They're funny. Someone said if Sam's benched, it's the O-line's fault.
I mean, they'll contribute, but
Yeah.
no, you're a grown man. Take responsibility.
Stacy says the 714, why are you hating on lefties? What's the problem? What's to like? You know what I mean?
I got a lefty in my house. He's a weirdo. I love my little weirdo lefty.
I don't think it's, me, you, and Matt Nelson as, I don't want to say proper-handed, but as right-handed people. I don't think it's wrong of us to make fun of Curtis for being left-handed. I don't know, Matt. What do you think?
I've grown up around more lefties than righties.
Sorry, Curtis, if you could please let a right-handed person speak first.
So
That's just the correct
my
order.
mom and 2 sisters are left-handed, and then both of my girls are left-handed too.
Wow, that's a dominant
You
gene.
forced it on them. You gave them everything
did.
in their
You
left
did.
hand.
I didn't, though. That's the crazy thing.
That's crazy.
No, it's a joke because Curtis is left-handed. That's literally all it is.
Can any of you guys write and click a mouse at the same time? Oh, no, you can't? Oh, all right.
No,
Cool.
no.
I used to want to be different in specials so badly, which will shock you guys. Like when I wore my carpal tunnel, my mom's carpal tunnel wrist thing and pretended I broke my arm.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
I always wanted a cast.
Me too.
Never got one.
No, I wanted braces. I would like wrap up gum foil and put it on my teeth. Like, oh, I have braces.
Oh, we call that a grill. We used to do that and call it a grill.
But I tried writing with my left hand, Curtis, and it didn't work out. I wanted to be ambidextrous. So it's a tough job for you guys, but
Tough job out there.
you do it well. I'm sorry, lefties. I'm sorry to Curtis and Arroyo. Like, that was really wrong of me and to all of our texters. All right, Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, like, if I could get an interception, man.
How many did you have in your career?
3.
How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands.
Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package, or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The 2025 Seahawks season is almost here. Get fitted for game days with jerseys, caps, and tees, including the 2025 training camp collection. Visit the Seahawks Pro Shop at the Landing in Renton and Lumen Field or online at seahawks.com/pro shop.
The Grammy-nominated voice that's touched millions with songs that define love is coming to Muckleshoot Event Center. Brian McKnight. One night, one voice, one memory that will last a lifetime. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. Brian McKnight. Thursday, August 7th. Only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
10-time MLB All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove Award winner, MLB single-season hit leader, a one-of-a-kind player.
And there it is. He's a new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Head to T-Mobile Park in August as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities kick off with a 3-day Ichiro Hall of Fame Funko Pop giveaway, Tuesday, August 5th through Thursday, August 7th. On Friday, August 8th, arrive early to score a 2004 Ichiro jersey like the one he wore when he broke the MLB single-season hit record. Saturday, August 9th, will feature Ichiro's pregame number retirement ceremony, and the first 20,000 fans on Sunday the 10th will take home a replica of his Cooperstown plaque. It's going to be legendary.
On a tremendous throw by Ichiro. He threw something out of Star Wars.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Mariners looking to get back in the win column after dropping the finale to the Angels yesterday, splitting that 4-game series, 2 games apiece. They get set to take on the red-hot Sacramento A's, I guess. Or maybe they're just the A's. I don't know what you call them. But they've won 4 in a row. They swept the Houston Astros, and now the Mariners will head out there and play in that minor league ballpark. They'll send Luis Castillo to the hill in Game 1. He'll face off against J.P. Sears. You can catch all of the action right here starting at 6 p.m. with the pregame show. 7:05 first pitch. Seattle Sports on 710. Other news, some good news for University of Colorado head football coach Deion Sanders announced today that he had undergone surgery to remove his bladder after doctors discovered a tumor there. His doctor now saying he is, quote, cured of cancer, adding she does not use that word lightly, saying it was not an easy task. It was dynamic. It was tough. It wasn't a cakewalk. It wasn't easy. But it was a fight that we made, and we made it.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center on a beautiful day out here. Seahawks out on the field in front of us. Training camp well underway, and they got pads on today, Dave. You must be excited.
Yeah.
You must be in a very good mood because they're out there, they've got pads, and there's some hitting.
Yes, there is. Yeah, I watched the one-on-one pass rush, linebackers and running backs. That was cool. Yeah, I like seeing that. And now offensive line-wise, I mean, these guys are really going to start to work on getting the right fits and everything. And I think everybody's ready to hit each other anyway because you go